Welcome to Irvine High School. I am Monica Colunga. I am the principal, but most importantly, I'm an Irvine Banquero and proud of it. Before we get started with this program, I would like to acknowledge a few of our guests who are joining us tonight for the celebration. Board member Sue Kuwabara, former board member Margie Wakeham, our superintendent, Dr. Gwen Gross, former superintendent and the first principal at Irvine High School, Dr. Dean Waldvogel. Assistant Superintendent of Education Services and Irvine High School alum, Cassie Parham. Former and second principal of Irvine High School, Gary Norton. Former and third principal of Irvine High School, Gail Richards. We are also honored to have joined us this evening our CIF Southern Section Commissioner, Dr. Jim Staunton. From the Irvine World News, Mr. Tim Bird. And from the Orange County Register, Mr. Steve Fry. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our fabulous parent group who brought this celebration together with special recognition to Valerie Del Carlo and Linda Lang Pierce. As a first-time principal, I was excited for the opportunity to work with Terry Henigan because I knew that I would be working with somebody who embodies the essence and the purity of high school athletics. I was comforted to know that we had similar values and that we would be working in tandem, helping our students develop into respectful, positive human beings that understood the importance of integrity and character, both on the field and in the classroom. I appreciate having had that opportunity. Thank you, Terry. At this time, I would like to introduce you to Sarah Franco, our cheer advisor, and our Irvine High School 2009-2010 cheerleading squad.
Good evening, fellow Vaqueros and guests. It's been a pleasure of mine for the last 2 years being the coach and advisor of our cheer squad and at all the football games, watching Coach Henigan run up and down the sideline, leading week after week to winning every week. It's not just about winning, it's about watching Coach Henigan, his coaching staff, and his players represent Irvine High School with such respect and prestige. And I know as a new coach and advisor, it's something that I hope to build for our program in the future. So thank you for setting such an awesome example. The girls tonight have prepared something very special for you. So I ask everyone to direct their attention this way, and girls, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Coach. Hey, hey, football fans, yell it out, Coach Henigan, yell thank you, Coach. Thank you, Coach. Hey, hey, football fans, yell it out, Coach Henigan, yell thank you, Coach. Thank you, Coach. Hey, hey, football fans, yell it out, Coach Henigan, yell thank you, Coach. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, ladies. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Master of Ceremonies, the face, the voice, the text of Orange County High School athletics, Mr. Steve Fryer.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege to be here with Coach Henigan. And so many of you guys have played for him. Coach Henigan asked you to do something, just do it. That's why I'm here. Get started with invocation is Coach Henigan's brother, Mike Henigan. Mike?
Father in heaven, we gather today at the home of the Vaqueros to honor the distinguished coaching career of Terry Henigan. In so doing, we acknowledge the career-long support of his wife Francine, sons Michael and Mark, and their families. Also, we recognize Coach Henigan's contributions to the community of Irvine High School, the football coaching profession, the great game that is high school football, and most especially to the many young men that have played for him. Lord, help us once again to see the strong character, great leadership, and consistent values that make up the man that is Coach Henigan. Let each of us, as we continue on this wonderful journey called life, be thankful that we have Terry Henigan, Coach Henigan, as a teammate for life. Please bless this food we are about to eat and let it nourish both our body and soul. Amen.
Please welcome the Commissioner of the CIF Southern Section, Dr. Jim Scott. Jim?
Thank you, Steve. And I want to say my compliments to the service out here. I don't think I've ever seen better service in a long time. I am honored and thankful to have been invited up here to say a couple of things about Terry. And so the first thing I would do is say, Terry, my compliments from the Southern Section staff, from the executive committee, and from all those other coaches who work so hard out in the various sports, trying to emulate the kind of job you do. Congratulations. We're going to miss you. I want to tell everybody here, because I don't think that Terry is going to maybe say much about it, but just this last year, Terry was honored by CIF Southern Section as a CIF champion for character. What that says is that this man, as a coach, is doing much more than just racking up W's as far as his work on the field. What he's doing is promoting the very, very best that's possible in high school athletics and sports. I can imagine that right now, he's knowing what I know about Terry, he's probably grinding his teeth about the fact that I'm here talking about it. I know he'd much rather hear from his athletes. So the other thing I want to just say is spend 1 minute telling you about a speech I heard years ago from a guy who was talking about the various types of coaches that there are out there in high school athletics. He said, there's a young guy who's just, he's full of fire and he's a young gun. He'll go out there and he's going to win W's. He's going to really win the championships. He's the guy for whom the athletes are a means to an end. There's the other guy who's maybe been at it for a few years and he's had some ups and downs and done a number of different things. And maybe he's on the downside of his career and kind of sliding along and getting by. There's a third kind of coach out there who recognizes coaching as an opportunity to teach. And not just teach blocking, tackling, and all the things that go along with the sport. But teach what's really important. And that is how to live your life. How to get along after you've played your last game. And what really is important in life. And he said, you know, you're going to find out who those coaches are very, very easily. Because he says, that's the guy who, a year or 10 years after he's retired and long gone, is going to be invited to weddings, going to be asked, hey, coach, you're going to come to the reunion, be invited to christenings and bar mitzvahs and all the kinds of celebrations that there are. Because he's truly remembered for what he's done for each individual athlete that he has. And so I'd like to say, Terry, don't get too cozy with your retirement, because I know you're going to be very, very busy. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jim. Well done. Now I'd like to invite up here Michael Henigan. Michael is Terry's oldest son. Graduated from Irvine High School in 1985. Played varsity football under Terry for 3 years. Including being a member of Irvine's first CIF team in 1983. Mike played football in college, first at Princeton and then at UC Santa Barbara, where he was a teammate with two of tonight's other speakers, Lance Neal and his brother Mark. Mike was a varsity assistant under Terry during the 1989 season before moving on to law school. Mike is an attorney and lives outside Baltimore, Maryland with his wife Melanie and sons Matthew, Trevor, and Preston, who are all here tonight to celebrate Terry's career. Michael Henigan.
Thanks, Steve. First of all, it's great to see everybody out here tonight to honor my dad. I know he's, as Mr. Staunton said, right in his teeth right now, but hopefully we'll take the time and listen to what's being said tonight and enjoy it. I'd like to quickly thank a couple people here tonight before going on and talking about my dad. First, thanks to all the ex-players and coaches who've made it out here tonight. I know there's a lot of guys who come from a long ways away, as well as my family. In particular, I want to thank those guys I played with during the years of 1981 to 84. You know, there's a few words that are going to be said quite often tonight, and they are so appropriate in describing the special and unique experience we all had playing football for my dad. You all truly are my teammates for life. Valerie Carlo and Linda Link Pierce are the mothers of a few young men who just recently finished their football playing days here in Irvine. They were the ones who put together the idea for this evening, and I can tell you they spent countless hours putting together this special event. Without them, this amazing celebration would not have been possible. Valerie and Linda, thank you very much. And Mom, we've come together tonight to celebrate Dad's career and the impact he's had on the men he's coached. But we all know, Dad, Mark, and me in particular, that none of this would have ever been possible without your support. You've made a lot of sacrifices. Just know that you're the best mother that anyone could ever have asked for. And the sacrifices you've made for all three of us have not gone unappreciated. I'm so proud of what you've overcome in your life. And I'm so glad that you and Dad will now have the opportunity to enjoy the fruits of your labor. I love you. I spent a lot of time thinking tonight about what I'd say about my dad. I knew I wanted to say something, and I wanted to try not to be repetitive of what others were going to be saying about him. Like several other people here tonight, I played for my dad. And like many speaking here tonight, I also had the opportunity to coach with him. We're going to hear a little bit later from Jim Everett, who gave my dad his first coaching job back in 1969, and who I know had a huge impact on my dad, both as a person and as a coach. Many speakers tonight are going to paint pictures of different facets of my dad's life and career as a teacher and football coach. But only two people in this entire world can speak about my dad as a father. So I think what I'd like to do tonight is give you a little picture of why I feel fortunate to call him my dad. The impact my dad has had on me as a coach, as my coach, and the lessons he's taught me about playing sports have been immeasurable. Throughout my years playing for him, though, he was always just my dad. I can honestly say that playing high school football under him was the single most important and defining long-term experience in my life. At a time when many kids are rebelling against their parents, I had the privilege of being able to spend hours of quality time with my father. father each day, and had the opportunity to see a side of my dad that most young men do not get to experience. When their dads disappear at 7 or 8 in the morning, and then reappear back in their lives at 6 or 7 at night. There's no doubt that while I played for him for 3 years in varsity, the conflict for me between those roles of father and coach came to a head a few times. Interestingly, during those years, honest to God, I never once called him dad on the field, but I also never once called him coach. He was my dad. Calling him coach just didn't feel right. To this day, I'm still not quite sure how I got his attention on the field during those games and practices. I think I just waved at him and said, "Hey, you," or something like that. My dad has always put family before everything in his life. It was the way he was raised by 2 wonderful parents in a small Illinois town. Despite the time demands in his coaching and teaching careers, with afternoon and weekend practices, meetings, wake-up concessions, he always found a way to be at every single one of my Little League games, basketball games, or football games. When Mark and I were playing together up in Santa Barbara, he found a way to drive up and make it to every one of our games, despite the fact he needed to prepare his own team for their upcoming game that week. For him, it just meant he'd get up at 2 in the morning to start the game plan instead of 4 a.m. That always meant the world to me to have him in the stands, sitting way down the baseline at a baseball game, his usual spot, watching on and supporting me in his own special, quiet, non-intrusive way. He'd usually be joined by his father, who us grandkids all call Bamba, who you're going to probably hear about tonight, because he was an amazing influence on my father and all of us. My dad always found a special way to allow Mark and I to be involved in his career, which again helped form a very special bond between father and son. He wasn't just disappearing into some unknown office for 10 hours a day. On weekends, while he'd be in the office working on the game plan, I still remember wonderful times roaming the campus at Western and Cypress High Schools, playing with Mark and the sons of other coaches. And when he got his first job at Cypress in 1976, he allowed Mark and me, then 7 and 9 years old, to be the ball boys. I can honestly tell you that there was no bigger thrill in my childhood than running out of the field in the middle of those mid and late 1970s football games and watching up close these bigger-than-life players with mustaches and long sideburns play out their dreams. I also remember lying in bed at night with Mark and talking and wondering how in the world would I ever be good enough to play high school football like those huge guys we saw on the field. I know several of those players are here tonight. They brought Mark and I lots of memories. During football season, Mark and I always spent the entire week at school looking forward to Friday night under the lights. I think you're going to hear a lot tonight about the life lessons that my dad has taught many people in this room. I'd like to share just a few of those important lessons that he taught me. My dad has always taught the importance of maintaining perspective. Football, while a wonderful game, is just that, a game. It should be fun. Too many parents these days lose that perspective and try to ram sports down their children's throats, looking at it as a way to get a scholarship or somehow experience through their kids the glory that they never had themselves. My dad never forced anything on Mark or me. He always was there to help and support us, whether it be throwing batting practice, playing catch, shooting horse in the driveway, but it was always done on our terms if we asked him. And I will say, he'll probably say that he beat Mark and I playing horse, but don't believe it. And he never tried to force us to become football players. In fact, despite his career as a football coach, he never let me play tackle football until 7th grade, and I think then it was only grudgingly that he allowed me to do that. In painting a picture of my dad, I think there's one event in my life, perhaps forgotten by my dad, that's always stood out to me. I often use it as an example when I'm trying to explain to some person who's never met him what kind of man my dad is, how he's the furthest thing from the prototypical macho, overbearing football coach that's always portrayed in movies and American culture. It occurred in 8th grade as signups were approaching for football. I had not had a great experience in my first year of tackle football, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to continue on playing football. My dad never said a single word trying to urge me to continue on with football. Instead, he simply let me think it over and make the decision on my own. Here he was, a high school football coach whose son, a pretty good athlete, was contemplating ending his football career before it ever really got started. And yet he didn't say one single word trying to influence my decision. It really struck a chord with me, and it always has, how he could take that position, and I've raising my own children, I've always tried to keep that experience in the forefront of my mind. And I've tried to make sure my own 3 sons are playing sports because they want to, because they enjoy them. I have a great turnout here for the class of '85. Appreciate those guys coming out. I want to take 1 second to let all you guys know, because I think the questions always went around. No, my dad and I did not spend dinners at home diagramming plays in the napkins. At home, we were just a father and a son. Football was usually left in the football field. Dad, I thank you for teaching the value of maintaining perspective in life. And as an aside, I'll be coaching youth football for the first time this fall, as I decided to take the plunge and coach my middle son Trevor in his first year of football. I'm really looking forward to spending many hours on the phone with my dad, strategizing and reconnecting with this wonderful game. I even pulled out my old high school wing tee playbook out of a dusty box recently. I'm sure the words sweep, gut, belly, and bootleg bring back great memories for many here tonight. I know they have for me. Dad, I also want to thank you for instilling in me the importance of doing things the right way. You taught me and countless others here in this room that sports were to be played with honor and sportsmanship. Respect was to be shown to the coaches and referees. I knew growing up that if I so much as looked at a referee the wrong way or disputed anything my coach asked me to do, I was in big trouble. I have one funny story on this point that I think perfectly demonstrates my dad's view on this topic. I was playing varsity basketball my junior year, this very game actually. Stands were set up here and there, the house was packed, full stands, lots of emotion going on with the rivalry game. At some point during the game, Lance Neal, one of the speakers here tonight, dove for a loose ball. In typical of Lance's aggressive style, let's just say he and the Uni player became entangled going for the ball. As students immediately started climbing over each other in a mad rush to the floor, the chaos that was ensuing, the benches rose and varsity quarterback Jeff Beelman and I started onto the court to support our teammates. Just as Jeff and I rose off the bench, we caught a quick glance at my dad at the scorer's table, and the glare that shot our way made it abundantly clear to Jeff and me that there was one thing only we were to do at that time: sit back down on the bench. I'm sure many men in this gym right now have experienced that very same glare when they diverted from doing things the Irvine way. I know as a kid my dad didn't even pull out the belt or inflict any kind of corporal punishment on Mark and me. His look was more than enough. I will say though that I didn't always agree with my dad and his pronouncements of what was the right way to play sports. I do remember being a young little leaguer and badly wanting to wear cool batting gloves during my baseball games. My dad, however, thought that they were just for show, wouldn't allow me to wear them. By high school, he finally lightened up a little. I felt fortunate just to be able to wear a couple of green wristbands in my arms at football games. Preparation has been another hallmark of my dad in both his personal and his professional life. Anyone who coached with or against him will know there's no way he would allow himself to be out-prepared. Every minute, actually every single play of every practice that I was ever involved in with my dad as a player or coach was scripted and thought out. Each and every drill and play served a purpose. For those who weren't aware of this, my dad has risen at some ungodly hour, Dad, 3 o'clock in the morning, for years during football season, right up to this last season at the age of 65, to get up to school and prepare for practice or game that day. Yet as a young kid, he would never let it get in the way of our family connections. I can still remember vividly my dad lying on his stomach in the family room, papers strewn across the floor as he prepared for a practice or game while Mark, my mom, and I sat on the couch watching television or playing a game. And this may be hard for many of the old-timers here who are used to seeing him bellowing down the sideline and yelling at refs and screaming, but my dad was probably the biggest teddy bear anyone could ever know. To see him interact with his grandchildren is a wonderful thing. And I'm not ashamed to say that I was giving my dad hugs as he dropped me off to school or practice, probably right up until high school. He may not have expressed his feelings with words all the time, but he's never failed to let his family know how he felt through his actions. I know we have many others who want to say some words about my dad, so I'm going to wrap this up. I'd just like to end with a 4-letter word that I think is often thrown around way too much, way too loosely in this day and age of pampered, performance-enhancing, using professional athletes, but which I think perfectly symbolizes what my dad has meant to me and what he continues to mean in my life, and that word is hero. I had many athletes that I followed and liked as a kid, but when it came time to identify the person I considered, and still consider, my hero, I only had to look across the dinner table. Dad, thank you for being the man you are. On this night, I ask that you put aside your trademark humility for just a few hours and realize that you have had an enormous impact on the lives of literally hundreds and thousands of impressionable young men, starting with the two that you call son.
Wow. We're going to go ahead and just continue on with dinner now. And I want to let you know that the folks that are serving the dinner for us, this is the upcoming Irvine football team for the 2010 football season. And the excellent food we're enjoying is brought to us by Il Forneo. So thanks to them as well. So enjoy your dinner, folks. Going to bring up Larry Lundgren. Larry has been Terry's friend since 1954. As fifth graders, Larry and Terry played together on their very first football team. Larry's traveled here from the barbed wire capital of the world, called Illinois. Larry Lundgren.
Before I begin here tonight, I'd like to talk to a very special person, Grant seniors were thanking everybody for all their support, and many of them mentioned that Terry was like a second father. Not only were these the sentiments of this season's players, but of former players like Lance Neal and Michael Boucher. I'm sure many of you in the audience tonight feel the same way about Terry and the impact he has made on your lives. It's no surprise to me how influential and meaningful Terry has been to all of you. This is the same way I feel about Terry's father, Punk Henigan. Terry's dad was our coach in every sport when we were younger. Punk was one of the founders of Yale Little League Baseball and was instrumental in the development of all youth sports in our town. For all of us that played for Punk, he is remembered as coach, mentor, and second father. Several years ago, I had the honor to attend another function like this in Genoa, Illinois, for Terry's uncle, Barry Henigan. Terry is thought of in northern Illinois like you think of Terry in Orange County. You see, it's no accident that Terry is the way he is. He was taught by the best. He took those lessons he learned and applied them to his kids he mentored and coached. Henigan's focus how they can help others, not how they can promote themselves. All of us here are beneficiaries of that philosophy. I thought we would all enjoy hearing a little about Terry the athlete tonight prior to his coaching career. Terry started playing organized sports at 6 or 7 years of age. Having a big brother always allowed Terry to play with the older kids. Mike, his older brother, worked with Terry and prepared him to play with the big boys at an early age. He was playing organized sports with 11 to 13-year-olds when he was only 7. By 8 years of age, he was a starting catcher on the Elks Little League team, again, 11 to 13-year-old league. By 9, he was on the town all-star team, which he made every year thereafter. He excelled in every sport he played, football, baseball, and basketball. Terry and I met in 1954 when we played for St. Mary's grade school football team. If it is not already obvious to you, Terry was a quarterback and I was his lineman. Our football team won the diocesan championship during our years at St. Mary's. While at St. Mary's, we also played the diocesan championship led by our point guard, Terry Henigan. Back in the days when we were younger, boys dreamt of playing for their local high school and representing their community. Unfortunately, Terry was able to play professional sports because of knee problems, but he could support his teammates and volunteered to be team manager. I can only imagine how hard that must have been to love sports so much and be so good, not being able to play. He came back his sophomore year as our quarterback, point guard on the basketball team, pitcher and shortstop in baseball for years. And I personally have always thought Terry's real talent then was baseball. In DeKalb, people remember him for having a major league fastball and the competitiveness he took to compete at the pro level. One story I am going to share about Terry is when he was a junior at DeKalb High. Terry was pitching against a team from Rockford, Illinois, St. Thomas High School. A senior named Frank Castries, who later played for the Cleveland Indians, had touched Terry for 3 straight hits. When he came up the 4th time, Terry's first pitch caught him in the side. When Frank trotted down to first base, Terry turned to him and said, "No one gets 4 hits off of me in the ball game." Terry was an all-state player his senior year in football. He also was the recipient of many honors in baseball. Many scouts from major league teams had made inquiries to the coaches at DeKalb about here. Terry was the captain of all teams on which he played. He was definitely a football career ended his freshman year when he developed elbow problem. However, he continued on with football. In 1963, he was a member of the #1 rated football team in the nation at the college level. There are members of that football team here tonight. He won 4 varsity reps in football, playing on 3 bowl teams and 2 intercollegiate athletic conference championship teams. Terry set many Northern Illinois kicking and scoring records. He was selected first team all-conference 2 years in a row at center and linebacker. Can you imagine your kicker being an all-conference center and linebacker today? He led Northern in points scored as a kicker all 4 years. By the way, Punk Henigan was the cameraman for every Northern game from 1960 to 1966. When Terry wasn't kicking field goals, he was in the pool hall and he played for the national championship in 3 rail billiards. Although Terry's success is everything, was successful in everything he did, he does not like to talk about his accomplishments. He would rather focus on others and help them accomplish their goals. Hennigan's do not have big egos. They don't believe in hype. In 1990, my oldest son was getting letters from schools about college football, and he sought advice from his Uncle Terry. Terry asked him if he liked the game or the hype. Of course, he said the game. Terry told him the game is the same, played with the same rules at Notre Dame or a small school in Iowa. But if he liked the hype, he better go to Notre Dame. My son listened to Terry's message and chose to go to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Russell Punk Henigan taught Mike, Terry, and anyone who ever played to him, give back to the community more than you receive. When the last name on the depth chart improves, the team improves. When your team wins, your community wins. When your players are good fathers and good citizens, you have taught them well. We taught Terry to teach and coach you the same way. Punk is a legend and a father to me, like I'm sure Terry is to all of you. Terry, I promised our high school football coach, Bob Heineman, I would give you this message, and I quote, "Congratulations on your retirement. It's not a surprise that you've been a highly successful role model and coach to all your athletes. You were always way ahead of those kids who played in DeKalb. You became one of Northern's premier linebackers and kickers. Enjoy the day. I know you would rather be in the background, but stand tall and enjoy the accolades. You've earned them." Terry, after that team meal in November, I realized that you became your father to many. And I know that's the greatest compliment anybody can ever give you. Terry, you are my teammate forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Now, I'd always heard that Coach Henigan was a great pool player, and I always wanted to play against him, but after hearing that story about the guy with the 3 hits getting hit by the pitch. Okay, now we'd like to bring up Jerry Shigakawa. Jerry and Terry began coaching together in 1969 at Western High School under then head coach Jim Everett. Thus began a lifelong friendship. To this day, Jerry and his wife Marietta have missed very few of Coach's games and remain dear friends with Terry and Francine. Jerry Shigakawa.
You mean, yes, Irvine Coaches. I guess we're here to honor Terry Henigan for 41 years and teaching now. back a long time. I guess I've known Terry now for a total, it's 41 years now. In 1969, when the Terry Henigan family moved out here to Anaheim. At that time, they had Mark Henigan was 6 months old, still in swapping clothes and diapers. I think Mike was 2 years old. We watched them grow up, and see the second generation of the Henigans with Alicia and Amanda. And we followed the Irvine Coach starting in 1983. I guess my wife and I were football junkies. From Thursday night to a Saturday night, from Labor Day, the end of summer till December. If there's a football game somewhere in the county, we'll be there. But we've always looked forward to the Friday nights and Friday night flights that come back to Irvine High. Because we had not only great football, we saw a great band and great loyal fans and parents. And through the years, we've gone through, followed the Irvine McCarrolls from the South Coast League, the CU League, now the Pacific Coast League. We've had some memorial games, some hellacious games with great schools. And I guess the highlights would have been, I guess what we call the Triple Crown of Irvine football, the 3 championships. In '91, Division II, we played, beat Dana Hills. Next year was still with the Division IV, beat Newport Harbor. In 1993, that was Division IV again. Irvine beat Canyon Springs. It was 41-14. It was a great game. Now, this all started, I guess we all have some common bonds which this all started. When Terry was hired at Western High School, he was hired by a person by the name of Robert Moore. Now, if any of you have been affiliated with the Irvine Unified District, I know there's some ministers and past principals here, Bob Moore and I, we go back a long time. He was my senior, we had a class in high school, Anaheim High School, back in 1958. It's called Senior Problems. And he was my teacher at that time. He was just out of teaching. So I've known him since 1958. And in 1969, he was a principal at Western High. He gave me my first job at Anaheim Union High School District. At the time, I was teaching at El Segundo High School and coaching. I was doing graduate summer work at Northern Arizona University. He gave me a call during a midterm exam. It was Bob Moore. He said there was an opening at Western High School for a biology teacher and a football coach. I said, okay. So I drove all that night from Flagstaff back to Anaheim, interviewed. That was on a Thursday. Go back on a Friday, then on Monday morning, I got a telegram saying I was hired. And at that time, that was in summer '69, that was the same time that Terry Henigan and Jim Everett were hired. And so this all started, Bob Moore gave Terry Henigan his first assistant football coaching job. They also hired him as a driver's ed teacher and a business teacher. And if any of you are familiar with Irvine Unified High School, they know that Bob Moore was also, in the early '80s, the principal at University High School. So, and Bob Moore also gave a lot of other people in this room their start in teaching and coaching. One, of course, was Jim Everett. There's also Ray Fenton over here. Is the bosses. You were at Cypress when Bob Moore was here. Ray Fenton, the head coach at Cypress, and John Barnes. Where's John? John, I know he's there. John? Yeah. John and I, we coached together at Cypress High School. We opened Cypress High School in the early '70s. It was Bob Moore, who was the principal at Cypress, that hired John and I as assistant coaches there. You know, John Barnes is synonymous with high school football, Los Alamitas. So Bob Moore has given a lot of people a good start. Yeah. Bob Moore is retired now. Could not make it to tonight's festivities, but he sent this note, email Terry. So I'd like to read it for you now. Terry, I hope that you can recall 40 years ago when we worked together at Western High School. I was principal and you were a rookie football coach. At the time, Western had 3,200 students with 25 portable classrooms and 30 portable restrooms. The anti-war emotions and the newly arrived drug culture were part of our school life. What a crucial time for a great bunch of football coaches. Jim Everett, Jerry Chicatella, Mike Merkel, Gary Gans, and of course, Terry Henigan. Now, Terry Henigan and Jim Everett and the rest of the coaches led Western to the 4A finals against Bishop Amat, played at the LA Coliseum. Wow. And on Monday morning, all 3,200 kids took to the street for an important impromptu victory parade. The year was 1971. 5 years later, I was principal of University High School in Irvine, when Irvine was not football country. I'm told you changed all that. Sorry I haven't kept up with your outstanding work. Happy retirement, Bob Moore. Now, we started in 1969 and took on the Sunset League. At that time, the Sunset League, I think we had Marina, Mike Henigan over there, Huntington Beach, Anaheim Western, Santa Ana, Newport Harbor, Westminster. So we took on Sunset League. The Sunset League is different now. Things were different then. We had 4 divisions in CIF. Dr. Stoughton went back because I think we had 4 divisions. But it was a northern, southern, LA, and the San Diego section. And at that time, I think it was a total of 600 high schools in the whole state. Now today, what, there's 12 divisions just in the southern section. There's close to 600 high schools, and there's 90 leagues. So things have changed. In the old days, I could tell you the war stories that we spent together, coaching, trying to put together a game plan, working 20-hour days. In those days, we didn't have computers. The best high tech that we had for scouting were these 5x8 key cards. Remember those, Terry? We picked millions of every play that we saw on film. In those days, we didn't have DVDs. It was 16mm film. So at the end of the season, you could tell who was a football coach, and the eyes were always blinking. So we took thousands of these key sort cards and stick a needle through them to pull out all the down and distance and the plus or minus yardage for all these plays. That was then, and it's now. Now we see different changes in technology. Even though there have been changes in technology, I think the seminal principles of building a football program, of playing football remain the same. Now, throughout the years, my wife and I have had the privilege of seeing a lot of football programs in the county. I can tell you that some programs have a hard time just lining up for calisthenics in the pregame. You can tell the quality of a program by their band, song and cheer, the way they play. But we always knew when we came back to Friday nights at Irvine, we'd see a quality program. And if you've been a follower of the Irvine High School program, you know that there's a IrvineHighSchoolFootball.org website. There are some words in it. The words are honorable, reliable, respectful, committed, team-oriented. You'll hear the word team very often in Irvine football. Now, team is not just a noun that describes an organization. Team can be an acronym for those 4 letters. T for teaching, E for embodying, A for advocating, and N for modeling. These tenets of being honorable, reliable, respectful, committed, and team-oriented. Right now, as a conclusion, I thought all the years that I've known Terry, which is 41, I was just a small part of his coaching career. There's many war stories we could tell. We don't have time. We'll do do that later over a nice glass of Avion water. But I think the results speak for themselves. We have a minimum 4 CIF championships, 6 league titles, 6 league championships, numerous graduates of Irvine High who've gone on above and beyond football and business and professional careers who reflect, again, being honorable, reliable, respectful, committed, and team-oriented. Now, rather than tell a story, one of the war stories, I found something that I found many years ago in the 1970s. In a metaphoric way, in a pragmatic way, describes what Irvine Material Football is about and what Terry Henigan is about. Has anybody heard of the name Vince Lombardi? Right? And what that is synonymous with the term commitment to excellence. And you see, commitment to excellence, Al Davis kind of stole the copyright. He has it for the Oakland Raiders, but originally started with Vince Lombardi in the early 70s. And one of his last speeches that Vince Lombardi spoke when he was in Washington was a speech called The Commitment to Excellence. If I could read this speech, it's a 2-minute speech. What I think it should be the Gettysburg Address of football. It goes like this. I owe most everything to football, in which I've spent the greater part of my life. And I have never lost my respect, my admiration, and my love for what I consider a great game. And each Sunday, after the battle, one group savors victory, another group lives in the bitterness of defeat. For many hurts seem a small price to have paid for having won, and there's no reason at all that's adequate for having lost. To the winner, there's 100% elation, 100% laughter, 100% fun, and to the loser, the only thing left for him is a 100% resolution, 100% determination. And it's a game, I think, a great deal like life, in that it demands that a man's personal commitment be toward excellence and be toward victory, even though you know that ultimate victory can never be completely won. Yet it must be pursued with all of one's might. And each week, there's a new encounter, each year a new challenge, but all of the rings and all of the money and all the color and all the display, they linger only in the memory. The spirit, the will to win, the will to excel, these are the things that endure, and these are the qualities that are so much more important than any event's that occasion. And I'd like to say that a quality of man's life has got to be a full measure of that man's personal commitment to excellence and to victory, regardless of what field he may be in. I think that, in a sense, pragmatically embodies what I think Terry Henigan, Coach Terry Henigan, his personal commitment to excellence. Now, Vince Lombardi also said there's 3 things he asked his players to remember when they play with him. Number 1 was family. Number 2 was religion. Number 3 is Green Bay football. Now, for Terry, these 3 things, now you can go out, pursue your excellence. Remember those 3 things: family, religion, and golf. All right? We're going to miss Irvine football, Irvine Lights. We wish you and Francine great retirement out there in the Sun Belt and India. All right, thank you.
Okay, now we're bringing up the guy who was mentioned earlier tonight, and that is Jim Everett, longtime Western High School football coach. In 1969, Jim Everett was the first coach at Western High and Hughes High School from Ernie Johnson. Johnson's El Rancho High School, where he came from. There's a coaching legend named Ernie Johnson. And he hired, one of the first coaches he hired was Terry Henigan, fresh out of college. As a first-year varsity coach, Jerry Shigakawa rounded out the three-man staff. They were to face some really good Sunset League teams like Jerry mentioned, and some great coaches, boy, some great names here. Claire Van Burbeck of Anaheim High School, Bill Boswell at Westminster High School. They named the football stadium at Westminster after Bill Boswell, and I'm kind of on a little campaign about the little football stadium over here about the name. Great group of football coaches that they took on, and Western High held its own, that's for sure. Jim Everett, come up here, please. 40 years ago, I was at El Rancho High School. We had assignment of staffing a couple of us at Western High School to a scout team, and I was standing up on top of the press box, and well, not on top of the press box, but next to it, and I looked over the campus and I said, that looks like a pretty nice school to be at. The next season I was there. And our staff, over the years, became a team and a family. And I want to relate some of those ideas to you tonight. A few of the things that have been said already, so if I repeat them, forgive me. Claire Van Horbeck, legend at Anaheim, Bill Boswell. They named the stadium after him, and the next morning he was taking the tickets to Dad Miller Golf Course. And I thought that was kind of great, but he was a great guy. One coach that was not mentioned, Dick Hill, Loera High School, and they were all legends, there's no doubt about that. My first remembrance was grabbing Jerry Shigakawa. He was now Dr. Shigakawa. He got out of coaching, but a small sport, as you could tell. And then I got a call from an athletic director named Mike Henigan, who sounded a little desperate, like he wanted to get an interview with me, taking care of his brother, I guess, and there was some kind of a concern there because his brother wanted his brother to get a reputable job and maybe not become that professional pool shark they were talking about. I remember hearing years ago, and I always thought it was a four-state go-year champion, but I'm not sure what it was. Terry and I met, we talked, and then it was one thing that I left that meeting with that I was definitely sure of, and that was, as mentioned earlier, that DeKalb was the capital of the barbed wire business in the United States. Those things are important. We met, we got together, our families, thanks to Francine, Mike and Mark, my wife, Marie, became family and friends for a lifetime, and we're very fortunate for that. As relayed to me earlier than tonight, Terry was rather thorough. He heard some good things about what he was able to accomplish and what he does accomplish. And I've had some players relate a few things to me that one of them was that one of our backs would imitate Terry until he got into the room and took the shot in his hand. I'm not going to mention the kid's name, he would be in trouble. But I think Mike Flake over here was the one that told that story to me. The accomplishments, as have been mentioned, I will review here because the Sunset League Championship in those days was unbelievable, and it was the school's first one. And Terry and I enjoyed that thoroughly. Twice in the CIF finals in the Los Angeles Coliseum was not a bad thing to do. And one young gentleman told me he went to get somebody off of an airplane that night, and he told him, these guys had gone to Western High School, this guy told him, guess what's happening tonight? He was at LAX.
the guy said, let's go. So they went to that game. This guy had been away to college for 3 or 4 years and was coming to see our team play. At that night, coaches took the field prior to the game, and our players had walked out there to get a feel for it. And we looked, and there were players at the top of the LA Coliseum and every aisle running up and down, just getting a feel for it. We were a little concerned about that. Got them down, they played well. Unfortunately, as it worked out, we were the best public school team that year. But it was a great memory. Seeing those guys tonight again, real able to play for us, and I was blessed to see you guys again. Thank you. Now, here's some of the accomplishments also because of Coach Henigan and another coach named Bob Flicker, excuse me. Anyway, I'll get that right. We had things like gym hockey. Our football players played hockey in a gym. It was a little rough on the floors. The basketball coach, I don't know if he enjoyed that or not, but he played that. But these guys were influenced by hockey, where they came from. We played half-court basketball, and if you got hurt, you were a wimp. With coaches, that is. And handball at Cypress College, after running up there, playing handball, coming back in the afternoon, just had some wonderful days. Tonight, closing, I'm not going to be here very long. Over here says Jim Ray, head coach at Troy High School these days, and here was a young coach on our staff one time. And Mike, raise your hand over there. Mike told me that as a young coach, when Mike was a player, that we suited Jim up in our uniform that we designed in 1970 after the Joe Fraternal Penn State team. And Mike thought that was the silliest thing he'd ever seen in his life. And then Mike, who was a tight end, was moved to center by Coach Henigan, I believe. And Mike said it spoiled his career to become a professional football player. So instead, he's the city manager of the city of Chino Hills. And his wife, Jane, raise your hand over there. Thank you. She was a cheerleader at our high school and rooted us on. Now, I think, head of the Department of Mathematics at Cypress High School, has been there for many years. And you can see great people, great connections, like tonight. And I was thrilled to see so many of the former players here for Terry. And I just want to thank Coach Henigan and for his contributions to making everybody that we knew in the sport a better family on the field and off the field. Thank you, Coach.
You know, as I think about Coach Henigan playing, being a good pool player, came up, and I remember something my late father told me about pool players. He said that a good pool cue is a sign of a misspent youth. All right, next up, Jim Burke. Jim and Terry's coaching history and friendship began at Western High School in 1972. Jim remembers sharing long hours of coaching, raising kids, and growing up as young families together. In 1983, Jim rejoined Terry at Irvine for what he says were 8 of the best years Irvine football has had. Good players, competitive teams, and a very challenging schedule. In 1991, Jim made the difficult decision to leave Irvine for Troy High School, where he's head coach at this day. Please welcome Jim Burke.
Well, I have about 3 things that I want to cover. First of all, Terry, our family just wants to congratulate you and Francie on wonderful years. And, you know, Terry, I'm sure, is celebrating for the Henigan family because it was always a team effort with the Henigans. I can remember that from day one. Francine was always the big booster and big fan of the head coach. Mike and Mark are good football players. School. I don't think Mike dropped football for 3 years, and Mark was a defensive player, both all-league football players, scholar athletes, and just great citizens. But Terry, your family influenced your life, and I just want you to know that you had that same influence and inspiration to a lot of people, including me. And at first, it began at Western High School, and I was a young coach, and right away I meet Terry Henigan, and this guy was a Midwestern dude. And I have a little bit different take on this barbed wire. And Terry was very proud about DeKalb High School. And I said, hey, what's the mascot of your school? And he said, it's barb. And I said, barb? It's barbed wire. And I was thinking correction facility, or I wasn't quite sure about the high school that I attended. But Western High School, Jim Everett, early in the 70s, it was just a great place to be.
After.
Start dancing. And Terry and I have talked quite a bit over the years. We both agree that starting at Western High School is the best thing that a young coach could do. And it was because of Jim Everett. It was a great staff there. Very good kids, good program, tough schedule, and it was just a great place to start your career. And at that time, I had no idea that the friendship that Terry and I had started would come around again. And I was very fortunate. 10 years later, I applied for a job at Irvine High School, and this is 1983. And it's a job that I sought after and was hired. And it was a great staff. Barry Schulenberg, Z. Brenner, Rich Alderson, Rick Curtis came along later. It was a lot of fun, But I just wanted to kind of just tell Terry that it became really more than a job for me at that time. Irvine High School was a rescue for my family. And Terry went to war. Not too many people knew it, but he went to war to make sure that I got the job at Irvine High School. And that staff just did more than football. And they took care of my family, and I'll be always indebted to the Henigans for that forever. And the last thing that I want to cover is that, what is the secret of Terry Henigan? There is no secret formula. Terry just, he works hard. He works hard, and the one stamp, the one signature that is on every team every year is just that. It is a team. The kids that come through the Irvine program understand the commitment of team and how sacrifice needs to be made, and that they're playing for something greater than the individual. And if you come back to Irvine football, you still see it today. And then you probably have to ask yourself, well, how does he do it? It sounds simple, but how does he do it? Well, he works hard. And he doesn't miss anything. In fact, he never misses an opportunity not to just coach players, but to coach coaches. And I was thinking about, the Hennigan-isms that I heard for the 13 years that I was with Terry. And they were simple, but they were the truth. And the first one was something like, if it's not important, then it's not going to get coached. And he would also remind you, hey, listen, the close ones are coaching. And every once in a while, I'd make it personal, just say, hey, Burton, don't screw up. That made sense. But there were several others. But the last one, the one that I'll save for the last, Coach Benner knows what it is that you would always mention to you when you're going out to the practice field, or especially Friday night, he would tell us, hey, what you see is what you've coached. So Terry, we can say it tonight. You look around this room, what you see is what you've coached. Thank you.
Brenner, if I pronounce that right, Severio Brenner has known and coached with Terry for more than 20 years at Cypress High and then here at Irvine. Severio and Coach Henigan both came to Irvine High School in February of 1980. Please welcome Severio Brenner.
Steve, thanks for the introduction. Thanks for emceeing tonight's affair. Look around, what an affair. I don't think that Terry envisioned 40 plus years ago that his career would end in such an outpouring like this. My question to all of us here is, how many of you in this room have ever seen a career of any sort end with this kind of appreciation and affection? It's a rare, rare thing. It's true. Good things happen to good people. Hello to Francine. I call her the ever-faithful Francine. Because I think she, more than anybody, made it possible for Terry to pursue this career. And Mark, as you know, you were fortunate to be coached by your father, but you made it easy for him by being either the best or the hardest working on your respective teams. When you look at this family, I think we have to agree the Henigan family is blessed. Well, let's see if we can sort out how Terry Henigan became Coach Henigan. It's a long haul, difficult because of how hard he worked, but easy because he worked. And there's an adage that I think Terry is living proof of. You find a job you love, you'll never work another day. I'm going to lead you through my perception of the evolution of Terry's coaching persona. And remember, no two of us see him through the same eyes. As you know, evolution means slow, gradual change over a long period of time. So for 60 plus years, Terry has been and still is a work in progress. It's evolution. From me, you're not going to hear much football. Because for me, football has always been very forgettable. Terry will attest to the fact. I don't remember opponents, games, scores, situations, plays. And to his chagrin, schemes. However, the experiences associated with the people and the game, to me, are absolutely unforgettable. We'll use his words to punctuate what I just said. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I first met Terry during the winter of 1976. He was a newly hired head coach at Cyprus with 0 head coaching experience, but he came unbelievably prepared. Having worked for Jim Everett, having worked with the late Mike Merkel, and having the invaluable experiences of being coached as a youngster by his father. And I know he credits these 3 men with having an enormous impact on his life. The best description I can give you of my first impression of Terry would be to liken him to the present coach of the New England Patriots, Bill Belichick. Now have an imagination. Coaching shorts, probably spandex. Sweatshirt, probably not cut off. Very soft-spoken, humble in spite of success, not obviously confident. Decide for yourself whether he's changed over the years. Over the next few months, he coached the coaches, and over the next few years, we won some games and lost some games. Remember, football is forgettable. Here's the good stuff from the 70s, the memories. Saturday morning, following a Friday night game, early arriving coaches, early arriving players, running the streets of Cyprus, knocking on the doors of the kids who wanted to sleep in to make sure everybody got there on time. The AM Nutbusters, early morning circuit training, several coaches, 30 or 40 kids, in a portable room, turning the room into an absolute sweat swamp. Did it make them stronger? Probably not. But it bound them together by giving them a common shared experience. After game get-together at Terry and Francine's, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, sitting out on the curb, some of us had babies and baskets. And inevitably, the Cypress police would come along and hash the game with us. And my first exposure to the faithful Francine pre-scouting at Mario's, enough said. Coaches pre-games that love barbecue. Subject of conversation, anything but football. And those magnificent orange football pants. That was cutting edge for the 70s. And here's the tearjerker. The late Marty Johnson teaching goal line defense. Now here comes a defining evolutionary moment, I think, for Terry. And that's the introduction of the wing team. Because that offense, with motions and shifts that I never understood, gave his teams an identity, an unmistakable quality. And I think that that started his career in a direction that became very unique. The ever-present quarterback controversy. It was wonderful. It gave Terry great experience in dealing with happy parents and irate parents. After a big defensive play, I'll never forget, he would turn to the sideline and holler at him, "I told you, I told you." So those hundreds of hours of film work often paid off. A highlight video. I'd never seen one before. It was set to the music of Kiss and Queen. After it was over, I see Terry leap out of his chair. A few seconds delay, the team leaps out of their chairs. I learned then and there, football teams are a reflection of the personality of the head coach. No ifs, ands, or buts. Well, we get to the late 70s and Terry decides he'd maybe like to live in Oregon. So he resigns from Cypress. And fortunately for us, the move to Oregon fell through. If it had not, we wouldn't be here. His path would have obviously gone another direction. But fortunately for us, he came here. And he came to this head coaching job with a pretty impressive resume. And the Irvine faithful welcomed a new hero. But be careful. What do the faithful do to heroes? I'll remember Julius Caesar, Louis XIV, Tsar Nicholas II. And just like at Cypress, he coached the coaches. We won some games. We lost some games. And then in the mid-'80s, the Irvine gods frowned on the football gods frowned on Irvine football. And the school was placed in the old South Coast League. where mortals did not belong. And IHS had some good teams, but could not successfully compete against the big three. And the Irvine faithful, who had once welcomed their hero, now wanted to bury him. Terry's response to the turmoil of the late 80s is another one of those defiant, definitive, evolutionary directions. And what he did was in response to his dissatisfaction with himself and how his football team was behaving. What did he do? He did exactly what Madonna did when she left the world of rock and roll, became a believer in Jewish mysticism, and wrote children's books. He did exactly what Al Gore did when Al Gore no longer presided over the Senate, but became a self-proclaimed climate change expert. They reinvented themselves. Terry reinvented Coach Henigan. Now, I don't know what the other two did, but I have a good sense of what he did. Behind the scenes, he huddled with a variety of people. Most notably, Mike Henigan, his brother, and his good friend, Mike Young. And I hope, Mike, you know, well, I'm going to tell you, how many times I've heard over the years, in typical Terry fashion, you know, I talked to my brother, and he said. I got so tired of hearing that, but that is literally proof of how much he values your opinion. Terry's reinvention put on hold his love affair with the beloved wing team. It was out of sight, but to this day, it's not out of mind. No more sweet belly or gut, boot, punt. Those days are over. But rather an offense of throw the ball, 399 rockets, chuck the rock, but don't ever forget, run left. Where third and long has been met with, damn. Now third and long is an opportunity to throw it one more time, or run a draw. And now you know exactly what happened. Faithful reclaim their hero. God bless the faith. The success that followed in the early 90s is almost unprecedented. Championships, lots of wins, very few losses, and very few punts. In the late 90s, Irvine football goes through a bit of a transition. Some coaches out, new coaches in, but just like before, Terry coaches the coaches, and the beat goes on. More championships, more wins, and the elusive, undefeated season. Now here's the good stuff from the 80s and 90s. Coaches' pregame meals at Ralph's. Not the grocery store, the sandwich shop in Tuscan. With such delicacies as the Big Pig, Godzilla, and pizza omelet. And we had one misguided coach one time that ordered American cheese on white bread, easy on the mayo. Poor devil. Once again, after game get-togethers at Terry's. Not out on the curb anymore, in the backyard, in the house, older kids running all around, everybody scrambling to get the best spot to see OCN when they did the scores on Friday night after the game. And of course, the ever faithful Banquet. Cutting coupons out of unused programs so that our Sunday lunch could be bags of winter schnitzels. Or if we wanted to go heavy lunch, it was probably 20 pounds of Omega burgers. Now, if I can get through this, I'll be happy. I don't remember the year and I don't remember the school, but I remember Terry starting in the first league game a JV quarterback. So that the boys' dying father would have an opportunity to see him play. 60 to 80 play scripts on walkthrough Thursday that made no sense. Somebody sneaking out at halftime for a smoke. In English, the captain. In Spanglish, El Cap. 100-mile-an-hour huddle breaks. Third best weapon in football. A classic. Terry inviting the booing faithful for a kiss. The words, "Excuse me, Mr. Official," prior to a berating. And my favorite player quote of all time. Irvine is getting ready to play Woodbridge. An Irvine player's brother went to school at Woodbridge. The Irvine player says to the team, "I want to beat Woodbridge so bad. And I'm going to go home tonight and beat up my brother." My description of Terry's evolution ends in the mid-90s, late 90s. But I did return for a year in the 2000s, and I have a memory. Before every practice, Terry, not an assistant, not a kid, filling up the water bottles. Go figure. Is the evolution complete? I don't know. But I have a story in mind. Imagine a young, struggling coach sitting at his desk, trying to find a way to get a win. He's begun to doubt his chosen profession. His players have begun to doubt, and the faithful have turned. And in walks a tan and fit Terry Henigan and asks the young man if he has any need for another assistant. Well, it's going to take him about 5 minutes to realize that his prayers have been answered. Here's my advice to him. Say yes. Go get paper and pencils. Sit quietly. Listen attentively, and shut up, except to ask a question. Write every word, diagram every scheme, and be prepared to be coached. And above all else, be yourself. Unless that's another story for another time. Terry, I'm going to speak for most everybody in the room. Thank you.
is to have an understanding wife. Francine has been. And just before we got on, I saw me run over, I got a call from my wife. And she goes, how do you wear my keys? I go, well, I don't have your keys. I've got my keys. And so it's important to have an understanding wife. I'll find out later, maybe. All right, so our next speaker is Michael Gold. Michael played with the first team Coach Henigan put on the field at Irvine in 1981. He was a defensive end, shared a running back spot, and filled several special teams positions. He says playing football for Coach Henigan is truly one of the highlights of his high school years. After high school, he went on to college in the Navy, and now he works and lives in San Diego with his bride of 23 years and their daughter. Please welcome to the class of 1982, Michael Gold.
My name has not been mentioned in this gym since 1982. And it was feels really strange to be here. And it was kind of a setting like this. It was the senior breakfast. We were having a collection of events leading up to graduation. And at the senior breakfast, my classmates gave me an honor by voting me the sneakiest senior at Irvine High School in 1982. The funny thing is I never got the award because I slept in and I missed the breakfast. So I was hoping that Coach Henigan later would go to the office and kind of rummage around and find my award. I'm going to take it home. But anyway, I was on the phone the other night with a good friend of mine. My best friend in high school, his name is Mike Tierney. He was the co-MVP of our season that year on the first team that Coach Henigan talked about. And that we had in 1981. And Mike's out in the Chicago area now. He's freezing his keister off, and he's wondering why he ever left Southern California. But we were talking, and he said, you know, Mike, it's really fitting that the celebration is in the gym because this is where it all started. In 1981, we were sitting in those bleachers right there. The athletic director at the time called a meeting of all the football players, and we were sitting right over there, and Coach Henigan walked in the room. He introduced us to him. And that's where we first met the new head football coach of the varsity team, Terry Henigan. It was right here in this room. Now, as a member of that first team, I can tell you that we all sat there wondering what was going to happen. It was a very curious thing for us because we knew where we were coming from, but we had no idea where this football team was going. So we were all very curious, and I can testify to you right now, Coach Henigan didn't have a whole lot to work with. Myself, I wasn't really that good of a player, but whatever I was because this man inspired me. I wound up playing an awful lot that year, and it was because of him. And God knows this entire football team needed inspiration. Was anyone here, I just want to see it. There's a lot of people in this room. I want to see how many people were in here before Coach Henigan came to Irvine High School. Just want to see a few hands. Not a whole lot. Now the rest of y'all, you don't know how blessed you are. Seriously blessed you are. Because most of you, those of you who didn't raise your hands, most of what you know is success. With Coach Henigan here in charge of the football team. Coach Henigan came here in 1981 to coach a football team because in 1980, we had arguably the worst high school football team in the history of high school football. We were 0-10, 0, nada, we didn't win a game. And it's not like there was even some close games, where it was just a point or two, where maybe we just missed a field goal or a guy dropped a pass or something like that. No, nothing like that. We were blown out every week. It was miserable. It wasn't fun. And I would say most of us, towards the end of the season, I don't even think we even wanted to be on a team. We didn't even want to play. But we continued to play, I think because we all thought that, at least we thought, that at least we were impressing the girls. But when your football team is an embarrassment to the school, even the girls lose interest. I tell you all this so you'll understand what it is that he got, what it is he inherited, when he walked through that door. Now tonight we've heard a lot about the coach's success. Some fantastic things that even I didn't know, the winless season, the championships, things like that. But what he got when he came in the door here was a bunch of teenage boys. I'm not even gonna call it a team. A bunch of teenage boys running around on the football field, probably not even playing for the right reasons, and a bunch of guys who had never even experienced victory on a Friday night. Didn't even know how to win a game, because we'd never done it. But here's the thing. Everybody knows that this man is a great coach. And I think being a great coach is actually an understatement. I think he's an extraordinary coach. But the thing is, you don't take the group of guys that we were, those teenage boys, those losers, you don't take a bunch of losers like that and turn them into winners just because you're a great coach. I think it needs more than that. I think there's more to it than that. And I'm not talking about great facilities or a great booster club or cuter cheerleaders or anything like that. We had the best stuff, the best facilities, great boost, great support the year we lost every game. It takes more than that. The difference was that intangible force that is inside of him that pulled more out of us than we even knew that we had. From the moment we walked in here and we sat in those bleachers from the time we got out on the football field for practices until the time we got into the season, he wasn't just showing us how to play football better. He was teaching us in here and up here how to win. And then there was a very defining moment. Back in the season of 1981, we were going to play El Toro High School. Now, El Toro High School at the time was a county powerhouse. I don't know how they are now, but back then they were a powerhouse. Very tough, very physical team, always in the playoffs, crushed Irvine every year, and they were having a pretty good season that year. We had already won a couple of games, but you see, the thing against El Toro was, in many ways, it was like a test of, were we for real? Were we real here? And inside of us, inside of our hearts and minds, I don't think that we even believed that we could compete against a school like El Toro, even though we'd won a couple of games. So we're in the visiting team's locker room over there on their turf, and it's before the game, and we're getting ready to walk out onto the field, go out there and play this school, and we didn't believe it in our hearts that we could compete. We're nervous and apprehensive. He gathers us around in a huddle, kind of like huddled right there in the locker room. And then in an explosion of confidence and determination, he teaches us right then and there how to believe. How to find the strength and find the courage by reaching down inside of ourselves and finding a way to win. Reach down, he said. And then he looked right at me and he said, I know my goal is going to be reaching down. Coach Henigan believed I could win. He believed we could all win, and he wanted all of us to believe it. The rest of that game, that was all you heard coming from our sidelines. Reach down. We shouted it to ourselves, we shouted to our teammates, reach down. Ladies and gentlemen, we won more games that year than any team Irvine High School had put on the field up to that point. Yeah, we lost some games, but we were in every game. We competed in every game. And it was fun. It was the most exciting game. Every time we went on the field, it was an exciting, fun experience. A great season. And you know what? It passed really fast for all of us seniors. Way too quick. Many of us would never play football again. We'd never put on the football uniform again. We only had one season with Coach Henigan. And tonight we're celebrating 40 seasons. That's a lot of guys. 40 seasons of teenage boys who are now men all over the country doing all kinds of things, taught by Terry Henigan to reach down inside of themselves. And today they're reaching down inside of themselves for their families, for their friends, for their communities, for their country, for their dreams, taught by Coach Henigan to reach down inside themselves, and I consider it an honor and a privilege to be counted as just one of those guys. I am never going to forget that season of 1981. I'm never going to forget my friends on the team. I'm never going to forget the energy of a packed football stadium on a Friday night with the lights and the crisp night air and the people cheering in the stands and the signs and the energy of all that. I'm never going to forget the adrenaline of that first play of the game. I'm never going to forget how fun it was to catch a pass in the end zone and score some points, or the thrill of actually winning a football game. These things I'm never going to forget. But what I am going to cherish most is a moment in a visiting team's locker room that went by in the blink of an eye. She looked at me and he said, "I believe in you." I'm never going to forget that, and I will always reach down. Thank you very much.
Ray Davila has known Coach since 1982. He played quarterback for the Vaqueros. He went on to coach for the team a number of years. He continues to follow the program closely. Ray shares that Coach Henigan has always been very kind and wishes to know he is a big fan of the coach, as is everybody in the room. Please welcome Ray Davila.
Brought a few props with me here. I have to tell you, my name's Ray. As he said, I did play here at Irvine. I played a few years prior to Coach Henigan. And it was interesting because a few months ago I got a call from Valerie. Valerie says, hey, Mr. Diablo, Ray, could you come in and say a few words? We're having a reward session and we're honoring Coach Henigan. And I thought to myself, who the hell's Coach Henigan? Coach Henigan, I played for Chuck Sorcerer. I thought I played for Bob Flynn. I played for Barry Schulenberg. And, you know, it just, I couldn't put this together, right? So I went out and got my yearbooks out. Started looking through the yearbooks. Looked in football section, no Coach Henigan. I looked in my basketball section. Couldn't find him anywhere. And went to bed that night. Couldn't put it together. Googled him, found out Irvine High head coach, started to come back to me. That night, I woke up about 4 o'clock in the morning in a cold sweat. And as if I'd been running for my life. And as I sat up, I realized that I'd just completed a game. I had a dream. I was completing the Irvine game, probably the game that he was talking about a minute ago. It was 48-14. And that's when Coach Bob Johnson was being nice to us, really, because it could have been 100-14. I just got sacked about 7 times that game, threw a couple of interceptions, which I guess is why I was sweating, right? So then it all started to come back to me. And what happened was I realized why I'd been invited here tonight. And you see, if you really think about it, I personally am responsible for Terry Henigan coming to Irvine High School. And, you know, I started to think, and I thought, you know, had I been a better quarterback and we were 7-3, he'd never be here. So I actually am very honored to be here. I've spent some time with Terry, and the funny thing was I was just talking to Coach Barnes. I used to play for Coach Barnes over at Magnolia High School, and I said, geez, I thought Terry was old when I first met him, and that was back in 1981, right? And then I started to sit over here with my wife, and I did the math, and I realized today I'm 12 years older than Terry was when I first met him. So all this stuff comes around. But as I started to think about this, the thing that stood out for me was the aspects of football that ultimately serve as life lessons. You know, football was Coach Henigan's soapbox. I think it was his platform, his pulpit, and it was where he served court. I added this up for about 20,000 hours, over 5,000 practices over 40 years. That's a lot of time. And I remember the first year I came back to watch a practice, Coach Henigan was out on the field in true form. And for those of you who are old enough and have been around here long enough, Irvine back in the 80s was a bit soft. High sensitivity to creative learning environments. Some of the classrooms were divided only by partitions. They didn't even have walls that went all the way up to the ceiling. There were green belts, jacuzzis all over town. I remember the school going to half days because the air conditioning units went out one year. And we had a protest in the quad along with some of the teachers. So we were as soft as a pillow, basically, here at Irvine. The school was filled with a bunch of well-dressed, nice, soft kids. And this was new to me. I grew up in Anaheim, a little different area, right? Then all of a sudden, here comes Terry, Coach Henigan from the hood. And you see, Cypress back then was the hood compared to Irvine. And if you know Coach, Coach had a very soft, gentle, calming spirit about him, right? When kids ran the wrong way or ran the wrong play, he didn't want to press that spirit, you know, that inner spirit Irvine kids had. And you guys all know that's not true. Actually, you know, I was thinking about this. I was walking by here at the first practice, came out to see what Terry was all about. And I was walking right by this gym. Now, this other gym wasn't here back then. But as I got here, I could hear him from the football field. And I recognized things were changing here. And the thing that was interesting is Coach seemed to take his job very seriously. And I think that's why, Terry, I think that's why you're so special. You took your job very seriously. There's a lot of coaches out there that devote a lot of time, make great commitments to coaching. It's not an easy thing to do. But there's a difference between coaches that are good and there's a difference between coaches that are great. There's a difference between the two. And I think the difference lies in those coaches that recognize that they're serving a bigger purpose. Because it's really not about football. I mean, it really isn't about football. The game's played with arms, legs, feet, shoulders, all that, but really the game is won above the shoulders. It's played mostly with everything above the shoulders. And so I found that he took great passion with what he put his life into here. Some people say football's not a matter of life and death. And my response, I read this a long time ago, has always been, you're right. I think it's far more important. And I think it's more important, I really do, and I think it's more important because at the end of the day, Terry's been able, through his work, to help us see that football teaches us some pretty important things. I mean, as a kid, it teaches you about work, it teaches you about sacrifice, perseverance, it teaches you about competitive drive, it teaches you about commitment, and maybe most importantly, we've heard this word around here a lot, respect for authority. And if you think about that, this is the price that every one of us has to pay, day in and day out, to achieve any goal that we have that's meaningful. All of those things are critically important, and that's why I think football is so important. It's not really about being out there in the games. I mean, that's all important stuff, but there's lessons here. These are formative years for kids that are coming through here. So we've had 2,000 kids or so that Terry's been able to touch over the years. And I think the important thing that he's given is these are principles. He's taught kids a set of principles that are important to be successful. To say that Coach Henigan is a great coach would really only minimize the role he's played in the lives of many of the people here over the years. Coach Henigan's been far more than a great coach. He's been a great leader. Who know it or not, has provided many of us with core principles that we take with us every day. Principles like being disciplined, working hard, preparation, commitment, serving for the good of the team, being a good citizen. Coach has been a consistent performer. You've been a lighthouse for kids that have passed through Irvine here. So at the end of the day, I guess I'm glad that we were 0-10 and not 7-3. Otherwise, we may not have been able to learn from somebody who has meant so much to the kids, the parents, the teachers, and the community here at Irvine. So congratulations, Coach, on a great career.
Lance Neal is a 1984 graduate of Irvine High who played linebacker and tight end for the Vaqueros. Lance coached varsity football at Irvine from 1980 to 1998. Currently, Lance is the athletic director at Irvine High School in Irvine. Please welcome Lance Neal.
A couple things I want to clear up before we start. We were all told to be 3 to 5 minutes while we were up here, so I'm going to try to be the first one to follow the rules. A couple things I do have to address before I start. The 3 a.m. thing, some of you might be sitting in the audience and thinking that that's like just a made-up deal, and nobody gets up at 3 a.m. and goes to work every day. I think I was 27, maybe 28, and I'm feeling pretty good about myself, and I said, this year I'm going to show up early in the morning with Coach every day. And I think I beat him to work one time. That never happened again. And I think I made it through about the third game, and I was so exhausted I had to go back to sleeping in and acting like everybody else that coaches does. But it was a humbling experience at that time. I will give Mike and Mark the fact that they are Coach's biological sons. I will give them that. I know my mom sent Coach Henigan a note the day he retired. I'm sure thanking you for being my father. So with that, let's get back on track here on the written stuff. I used to think I was a good high school athlete before tonight also. I'm going to have to go make up some stuff about myself. Maybe bowling or something like that. But I was a freshman when Coach Henigan was hired here to be the head coach at Irvine High School. Much like the stories you heard earlier, we'd had a miserable freshman football season, and I actually thought that I was a basketball player who just played football. Over the next couple of years, my perspective started to change. I played sophomore football that next year and varsity basketball, but I was working much harder for the football program as I was beginning to see myself as a football player who was now just playing basketball. Why was my view starting to change? This answer, as I started to look at that, was pretty simple to me. Irvine High School football was bringing out the best in every one of us who was willing to accept the challenge of becoming a better young man. Coach always expected more from us than anyone else, and that was fair because he always gave us more than anyone else. In 1983, our senior season was on the brink of disaster. We were 2-4 overall and 0-3 in league. We'd lost our second league football game 52-0. When we were at our lowest point as a team, Coach came in and said, "This is not going to happen. We are not going to let you lose." From that point forward, we improved and won our last 4 league games. I can remember crying tears of joy as we beat El Toro for our 3rd consecutive league win, and that only left University High School between us and the playoffs. Needless to say, we beat University and qualified for the playoffs for the first time in school's history. In the first round of the playoffs, we played La Habra High School, who had the Witherspoon brothers at running back. There's some guys in the room who remember that game. Anthony, the older brother, who was the largest human being I'd ever seen on the football field. He was so big and imposing that when we arrived at La Habra High School, the coaches took us the long way to the locker room so we couldn't see him. I'm sure they were afraid that some of us might not go out if we had seen him. Anthony went straight from playing in high school to the University of Colorado and was a running back there. His younger brother was named Chuck. Chuck wasn't bad either. Chuck went to the University of Houston and then went into the NFL. That La Habra team also had 2 Division I linemen on the team. And when the game started, La Habra made short work of us in their first 2 offensive drives. They went up 14-0. And at that point, I remember thinking to myself, is this how it's going to end? We were a bad high school football team athletically. Mike Gold said that. We were the same way. They had 4 Division I athletes, and we were starting one of my best friends. He's not here. He wish he could have been tonight. His name's John Simmon at nose guard. He is bad. Great guy, bad. But he had a huge heart, and so did the rest of the team. And we had developed a belief in ourselves, again, a lot like Mike Gold said, because Coach Henigan believed in us. We ended up losing that game 18-20 on a missed 2-point conversion on the last play of the game. And La Habra from there went on to win a CIF championship. But I'll tell you, when that game was over, it wasn't us that were glad it was over. It was La Habra that was glad it was over. And again, the same things you've heard echoed. Coach brought out the best in us. We dug down that night, really had no business being on the field with that team, and had a real good shot of beating them. I still think about that game often. It was an amazing end to an amazing time in my life. I have never had more fun than I did competing with my best friends and giving everything we had to Irvine football. It was an experience that shaped and influenced the rest of my life. In 1990, I had the opportunity to return and give back to Irvine football some of what I had gained. Coach Henigan hired me to coach varsity linebackers. It was great having the opportunity to help teach the same lessons I had learned while playing at Irvine. In the years I coached at Irvine, it was just like when I played. I was surrounded by great young men who accepted the daily challenge of becoming better young men. They were challenged daily, both mentally and physically, and they always responded. We also had some great high school football players during these years. It was a little different. John Simmel wasn't playing nose guard anymore. were some years where we honestly, we were pretty spoiled. It didn't really matter what we did. Our guys were so tough and so physical and just so determined that we could have said, hey, try this, and it would have worked. It was a really, really great time to be coaching. And these are some of the times where I learned the most from Coach Henigan. These were times where he taught us to respect the game of football and what it could do for young men. He taught us to always respect our opponent. That's one you don't see today. You see people taunting and doing things to the opponent. That was never happened when we were here. It's been totally lost in sport, in my opinion. He taught us to be humble in victory and always look at ourselves first in defeat. These are things that I remember and practice to this day. With that being said, I would like to talk a little bit about losing. Irvine football taught me many things, I believe, that were valuable in my life, but I believe the most valuable lesson I learned was life is not fair. We outplayed La Havre in that CIF game when we lost. That wasn't fair, but that was life. We learned to give everything we had, and whether we won or lost, that was enough. The losses got us ready for the bigger setbacks we were going to face later in life. We became men who could be counted on when times were tough. At this point, I'm going to read just a group of names, or a list of names. Jerry Shigakawa, John Selby, Keith Russell, Mike Zorn, John Peterson, John Devon, Mike and Mark Henigan, George Linares, Jeff Hatcher, Garrett Turlack, Ryan Morehouse, Eric Terry, Marcello Giuliano, Tom Griffin, Terry Geddes, Chris and Rob Wade, John Puente, Adam Wright, Mike and Ryan Phelps, Jeff and Giovanni Noisy, Tommy Louie, Ryan O'Donnell, Nate Perkis, Jeff Peelman, Rob Zangle, Larry Lundgren, Peter Abe, Tim Langham, Scott Oliver, Mike Ernst, Scott Seal, Todd Kirkland, Mark Delgado. Irvine football has given me all of these men as teammates and friends who I know I can count on if I ever need them. I have been blessed to have the opportunity to be a part of this truly special program from the very beginning. I would like to thank all of you for your contributions to Irvine football. And to Coach Henigan, thank you for always being there for us. Francine, thank you for always allowing him to be there for us. And as said earlier tonight, I'm an Irvine Vaquero. I'm proud of it.
coached football at Irvine, and now he's at Edison High School, and he has a very special letter to read. Please welcome Brian Park.
Thank you. This will be real quick. I have a letter here addressed to Coach Henigan. It's dated January 28, 2010. Dear Coach Henigan, congratulations on your positive and successful coaching career at Irvine High School. Collegiate coaches throughout the country are well aware of the talent pool and competition which occurs on the high school football fields in Orange County. To have successfully won 4 CIF championships and nearly 220 wins in your career is most impressive. We in the coaching profession know how hard it is to come by those wins. However, more importantly, I have learned how you have always been a positive force on those you have coached and gained the respect of your fellow coaches as running a class program and always instilling in your players to respect high school football. Good luck in your retirement, and congratulations on a great career. Sincerely, Rich Rodriguez, head football coach, University of Michigan.
Marcello Giuliano is a 1992 graduate of Irvine High School. After high school, he began coaching. He came to Irvine as a coach for the first time in 1995. He is currently a teacher and the head football coach at Pacifica High School in Garden Grove. Both of his brothers, Vincent, class of 85, and Dante, class of 89, graduate of Irvine, played for Coach Henigan. Please welcome Marcello Giuliano.
One thing that's definitely true, we who have played and come back and coached, there's always sort of the gauntlet of who can ever beat Coach Henigan to the office, as Coach Neal talked about before. And I will say that it happened for me one time, and that was when I stayed too late at one of the aforementioned post-game affairs at Coach Henigan's house. And this is as far as I could get. And he came into the office on Saturday morning and flipped on the lights. And I am not nearly as tough as Coach Neal. I didn't try to hang with him. I just went up to the PE office and went back to bed. But there's a reason why Coach Henigan is able to do that. And if you look at him right now, he's checking his watch. Do you know how far past his bedtime it is? He's been going to bed at 8:30 all of these years. He still gets his 8 hours. I'm going to try to be succinct with my comments, and I apologize in advance for retreading maybe some of the same ground. But I've had I think, a unique experience with Irvine football and Coach Henigan, because the Giulianos have been part of the Irvine football family essentially since Coach arrived. Both of my older brothers played at Irvine. Vincent, who played in the early days with Lance Neal and Mike Henigan. Speaking of the La Habra game, my dad was in the stands that night. And later, my brother, who was a senior in 1989 when I was a freshman, so I had a lot to look forward to. Coach Henigan had been the topic of not a few dinner time conversations in our house, and I remember very clearly the day that I arrived at Irvine football for summer football. Coach Henigan had a felt tip pen behind his ear, and he also had a black ink stripe from his eyebrow all the way to his ear. And I was thinking, this is the Coach Henigan. This is the man who will change my life. I rounded out my playing days with the 91 season, and then I coached here off and on until 2007. The result of this rather long view of the program and Coach's time here is that we, my family and myself, have been through both the high times and the hard years. Earlier this evening, Lance spoke about the lessons we learned about handling adversity while we played for Coach Henigan. What I think we didn't realize at the time that we were players is that Coach Henigan was the greatest role model could have had in that respect. In his characteristically self-deprecating humility, Coach likes to joke sometimes that the only record he has for sure is that he's the losingest coach in Orange County history. It's funny, but it's also true that over the course of his career at Irvine, Coach persevered through some very difficult and lean times. And throughout those times of adversity, Coach was a true model of fortitude, principle, and professionalism. When thinking of Coach Henigan, many people, and we've heard it a lot tonight, call to mind the championship years of the early 90s. However, there was nearly a decade that preceded that where the mighty Vaqueros struggled. 3-7, 5-5, maybe 6-4. The years when we toiled in the South Coast League, which was arguably the best league in California at the time. The rosters of Mission, Capo, and El Toro during those times read like a who's who of Orange County football, led by the likes of the Johnsons, Steve Stenstrom, the Marinoviches. In short, those were the years when getting the wild card berth into the playoffs was a tremendous achievement. However, there were many people in the community to whom this was not acceptable. For them, the game had maybe passed them by. The wing tee was an outmoded offense in a league of elite quarterbacks, and some even believed that Coach Henigan just wasn't the right coach for this school. This movement that I talked about seemed to come to a head my sophomore year in high school. After a down year in 1989, the hordes were at the gates calling for Coach's job. Maybe it wasn't the first time, but it may have been the most vigorous time. Some of our teammates' fathers were leading the charge. All of a sudden, a sports psychologist showed up in the coaching office, and we all had to take some kind of test on character traits. Mine went swimmingly. There were some major changes on the staff, and as we've heard earlier, we learned that we wouldn't be running sweep or gut or special any longer. Lucky for all of us, however, the biggest change was averted. Coach Henigan wasn't going anywhere. You all know what happened next. There were some good classes of football players and a few good transfers, like a certain quarterback that showed up from Illinois, and the tides turned. 1991 produced the most wins in school history at that time. Victories over El Toro, Mission Viejo, and Capo Valley, which led to the first South Coast League championship and a promising run in the playoffs. We ended that season in a CIF championship game that dripped with poetic justice. We faced off against the Dana Hills Dolphins, the other perennial also ran in the South Coast League, led by Coach Henigan's good friend, Donnie Douglas. There were some people in the county that were hoping that that night would be some sort of display of mutual admiration where these two long-suffering coaches would play to a scoreless tie and share the glory of being on top. But anybody who was in our locker room that night, and probably not a few people who were outside of the locker room, knew that Coach Henigan was there for one thing only, to win that football game, no matter who was on the other sideline. Of course, Coach got what he came for, his first CIF championship. That was the first in a string of championship years. The teams kept getting better and better, winning more and more games. Those were the years where nobody would play us. It's a little known fact that Irvine High School actually invented the Trinity League, the years that we played Servite, Mater Dei, and Santa Margarita. He ended that 10-year run with an undefeated season and a fourth championship. Irvine was officially a dynasty, and Coach Henigan officially a legend. The lead times returned later, of course, but this time around, Coach Henigan's perseverance through them was hailed as evidence of his dedication, character, and professionalism. And ultimately, that's the point I want to make tonight. Coach Henigan never changed. He was always that man of character and perseverance. He always gave this program every fiber of his being. Whether that was selling popcorn in the quad at lunch to raise money, running the off-season program single-handedly, or getting to the office before sunrise for probably every day of his tenure here, Coach was always supremely dedicated to his team and his players. After I became a head coach and began to understand just how difficult this job is, I asked Coach how he survived those tough years when the wins just weren't coming. He told me that those years were certainly difficult, but he never questioned the fact that he was putting together the best program he could. He never questioned whether he was doing the right thing for young men. He never questions the values on which he based his program. To me, that is true strength. That is what he modeled and passed on to his players. And that strength and fortitude has always been and always will be the foundation for Vaquero football, win, lose, or draw. I'm an Irvine Vaquero, I'm proud of it.
Okay, our next speaker is wall over there, 2001. Peter Abe played football under Coach Henigan, ran track at Irvine High from 1997 to 2001. Upon graduating, he went to Cal State Fullerton to study kinesiology and worked toward attaining the teacher credential and currently beginning a career in coaching. Throughout Peter's 9-year career as both a coach and teacher, Coach Henigan has served as a second father figure, role model, colleague, and friend. For all the coach has done for Irvine football and the city of Irvine, Peter is here to say thank you. Peter Abe.
Let me get this now the way Friends, colleagues, distinguished guests, thank you all for being here to celebrate the long career of Coach Henigan. I'd especially like to thank the program coordinators for giving me the opportunity to represent my teammates and current colleagues to try to express what Coach Henigan has meant to us for so many years. To begin, I should probably introduce myself again. My name is Peter Abe, and it's been an honor to be a part of the great Irvine tradition. Having played and coached for Coach Henigan from 1997 to 2009, I was privileged to learn the game of football from one of the greatest leaders and all-around human beings that I know. During those early years, Coach served as a second father figure, role model, and all-around scary dude for a bunch of teenagers who just wanted to play some football. It was during those years that Irvine football and its tradition and its core values were ingrained in all of us. Honorable, reliable, respectful, committed, and team-oriented. They were the standard set by our leader, a man who demanded excellence from the entire program, both on and off the field. To this day, I think back and smile at some of the shenanigans we tried to pull. We didn't know any better. We just knew that we had to go to school, and we may as well go out and have a little fun and play some football while we were at it. Well, we were wrong. That wasn't Coach's plan for us at all. We weren't just going to play some football, but instead we were going to go out there and learn what it takes to be successful. Whether you're an A student, a C student, a starting quarterback, or the third-string defensive lineman, if you're going to become a true Irvine Vaquero, you're going to be selfless, humble, and a man of integrity, while always striving to put forth maximum effort in all facets of your life. We saw 3 city championships, 2 league championships, and topped it all off with an undefeated season and Coach's 4th CIF championship. But that wasn't all that was celebrated. Coach reveled in the fact that we were better men. He never hesitated to remind us that it was the journey to where we were that was ultimately important, and the relationships we built. It was the lessons we learned from both the wins and the losses, those hated bear calls from foul pole to foul pole, the early morning lifting sessions. How about those morning summer camps? Doing butterfly stretch on freshly watered grass, and our Irvine Pride drills out on the old blacktop. Good times. It didn't matter, really. We were convinced that extra effort was the expectation from all former vaqueros that came through the program, and that we needed to stick it out if we ever really wanted to learn what it meant to be fully committed to something that was truly bigger than ourselves. We all didn't make it through, but today I'm proud to say that there are a group of guys out there, a family, that I went through the ringer with, building lifelong friendships along the way. Today I represent just one of dozens of alumni that have returned in any given year to give back to the Irvine football program. The only difference in my situation is that I kind of never left. After graduating high school in 2001, Coach gave me the opportunity and a career in working with athletes, indirectly guiding my efforts to becoming a teacher. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of weird having father figure and role model transform into colleague and friend, but I think we handled it pretty well. Personally, what I'll miss most about spending, What I'll miss most about spending time with Coach isn't necessarily going to be the encyclopedias worth of knowledge that he so humbly brings around, but it's those morning, 5 a.m. Early mornings where we sat and did our work and absolutely nothing was said. It sounds crazy, but I think I'll cherish most the time with Coach as a colleague, working, learning, and laughing. Just being there and having the opportunity to work with the entire coaching staff to make Irvine football a better place for kids. So to conclude, I'd like to thank you, Coach, for all that you've done for me, Irvine football, and the city of Irvine. And I'd like to say to all of you now that even though our leader has stepped down, we've all paid very close attention. We've learned, we've listened, and the tradition will continue. Thank you.
Eric Terry has been at Irvine High School on and on for 9 years. His first stint was from 1997 to 2000, and he returned in 2004 after spending 2 years at El Toro and 2 at San Marcos. During his time at Irvine, Eric has served as the offensive coordinator for the football program, the assistant athletic director, and his athletic director. In December, Eric was selected to replace Coach Henigan as Irvine's head football coach. Please welcome Eric Terry.
It was approximately 13 years ago this month that I decided with my wife to move from the South Bay to Orange County, California, to start our family and to raise our family in an area where she could be close to her family and our kids could grow up in familiar territory. I flooded Orange County with resumes from Edison to San Clemente. And when I got a call from Irvine High School, I had no idea where it was, what the history was. I didn't even know how to get to Irvine. I think I drove past the 5, Irvine once on the 5 to go to SeaWorld when I was a kid. So I was very, very lost in my way. But I went to meet Coach Henigan. I walked up the back to the office. I saw the sign above the door. I saw the success. I started to get butterflies in my stomach. Where was I going? What was I in for? I went into the office, and I met a young man at the time who introduced himself as Lance Neal. He said, Coach Henigan will be back. I walked to the side that the players normally meet. There's some photographs on the wall. Being nervous, I saw Lance Neal's photograph in a uniform from Santa Barbara, and trying to make small talk and endear myself to one of the assistant coaches, I called over to the other side and I said, Coach Neal, is this you in this picture? And about as cold as you can imagine, the response was, why? Okay, let me try to break the ice again. No big deal. I had some guys that I grew up with, friends that I knew who played at Santa Barbara. Pause. Who? Thank God Coach Henigan walked in the door shortly after. After about a 45-minute meeting with Coach Henigan where X's and O's never came into the discussion, I went back out to my car where my wife was waiting patiently reading one of those apartments for rent magazines. And she said, how'd it go? And I said, it was amazing. I said, the character, values, and the aura that was put out by the head football coach made me feel like this was the kind of place I wanted to be. Although there was this guy, and I didn't go into too much detail, but suffice to say, I was a little taken aback by that. So I got hired. At the time, and I like to tell this story, especially because Gail Richards is in the audience, at the time I was hired as basically a full-time freshman drama teacher and a varsity football coach. Might be the only combination in the country at that time, and probably still. But whatever it took, I had a background, and they were happy to have me. I missed the first week of summer camp, because we were in the transition process, but I came the second week and summer camp started at 6:30 in the morning. And being eager and younger, I said, I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna get settled in and be ready to go. So I got in early, Coach Henigan was there. I think it was just the two of us for a little while. I put some stuff down, didn't really have a desk, had a temporary space. And another assistant came in, who I hadn't met yet. And Coach Henigan said, oh, hey, Marcello, this is Eric Terry. He's the guy I told you about that's going to coach our receivers. Marcello said, how you doing? That's my desk. But I had faith that this head coach that I had interviewed with, that these assistants and I could somehow manage to get along and get to know each other. I share that story because there's going to be some things that I'm going to talk about, hopefully briefly. Those of you in the audience who know me know that's difficult, but I'll do the best I can. First year was fantastic. Really enjoyed the coaching aspect of it. I felt like I was in graduate school of football coaching. Everything was zooming past my head. I thought I knew a little bit about football. I realized I knew hardly anything about football, but I had a good background in terms of knowing a little bit of structure of practice, so I kind of relied on that to get me through that first year and just considered myself a sponge as I took in the whole experience. At the end of that first year, my daughter, our first child, was born. That was in June of 1998. And when I got home from the hospital, there was a gigantic stork. It scared the living daylights out of me because I was coming home, as most of you fathers know, after like the third night of sleeping in the hospital, and it was about midnight, and there's this gigantic stork that says, congratulations, and has all this information on it. I had no idea how it got there. But I found out later that it came from the Irvine football family. And as soon as we brought our daughter home, the first guests that we had in our home were Coach Henigan and Francine. And when he held our daughter that day, the look on his face was exactly the same as when my own father had a chance to hold our daughter. And at that point, something just stuck in me. And now that I reflect, I can say, teammates for life. Just that moment stuck in my mind. 4 months later, or 3 months later, on a Sunday night after our first football game of the 1998 season, we got a phone call from my sister-in-law and my father-in-law. My wife's father had passed away very suddenly of an asthmatic attack. And it was a very difficult time in our life, and I called Coach Henigan, and he said, be with your family, we'll take care of it. And I was panicked. I was a young coach. I called in every day, how are things going? Don't worry about it, we'll take care of it. And all that was fine, and it was fantastic. On Friday morning, we were at the church for the service, and I look in the row of people coming in from the church, and who walks in? Coach Henigan. I'd known the man for a year, and it was one of the most difficult times in my family's life. And he, on game day, made it a point to come to the service at the church. And now I look back, and in my mind I say, teammates for life. After I left Irvine High School and went down to El Toro, had some very difficult things happen in my relationship and in my marriage. And when the chips were down, I got a knock on my door. Lance Neal. Did whatever he could. Kicked me in the butt a lot. Brought in Marcello to kick me in the butt a lot. Brought in Coach Henigan to kick me in the butt a lot. You see the theme. I had lost my way, as many people do. But I got out of that hole for one reason: teammates for life. In 2004, I was in San Marcos with Lance. Lance was moving on, going on to Fresno. We were leaving San Marcos. I interviewed. I was trying to find a job. I think it was late April. I'd lost my 4th job. I think I came in 2nd place 4 times for a head coaching position. I went to my wife and I said, Maybe football coaching, maybe somebody's trying to tell me something. Maybe football's not in my future. I went to school the next day, talked to Lance. I said, Lance, I think I'm just going to take a year off. I don't know if football's it anymore. I think it took all of 22 minutes from the time I told Lance that I didn't think I was going to coach football until my cell phone rang. Coach Henigan, you want to come back to Irvine? I said, you bet I want to come back to Irvine. I think that was on a Tuesday. On Thursday afternoon, I was in Gail Richards' office, and by the next week, there was a job on the Irvine website that was posted that only I could fill. It was like one period of this, and one period of this, and one period of drama, and one period of athletic director, and they wrote a job so that I would be the only one that was qualified. At a low point in my life, again, teammates for life. Now I know in going through this process of Coach Henigan's retirement over the past year, there are a lot of people and alumni and parents who they've heard the term teammates for life, but because maybe that terminology wasn't used as prevalently in those 20, probably 5 years, it's really been a term that's taken on a form of its own in the last 4 or 5 years. But I think in listening to everybody tonight, and I think you can all reflect that even though Teammates for Life wasn't used as liberally as we're starting to use it now, you understand the concept. You understand the legacy of what Coach Henigan has meant. Teammates for Life. What he's brought together, and we've talked a lot about the players, and we've talked a lot about the coaches, and we've talked about Coach Henigan's own family. And one group that maybe didn't get enough mention that I just want to make sure that Coach Henigan always made important were the families of the players. And that doesn't always happen in a high school football program. They're not always included in the way they're included. So I'm going to segue that into what is Teammates for Life. First of all, starting in the 2010 season, and it's in your program, we will be creating a perpetual plaque that we will be deeming the Coach Terry Henigan Teammates for Life Award. And that award is going to recognize the player who has proven to be an exceptionally selfless individual throughout his 4 years in the program. The recipient has consistently demonstrated that he is willing to do anything to make the program and his teammates better. The Teammates for Life Award honors Coach Terry Henigan. Coach Henigan spent 29 years as the head football coach at Irvine High School with the #1 goal of helping young men become better people after 4 years in the program. His willingness to always make decisions based on what was in the best interest of the football program as a whole defined the concept of Teammates for Life. Coach Henigan's selflessness is truly admirable, and it is a great honor for the individuals whose names go on this plaque. So starting in 2010, at the conclusion of the 2010 season, that will now become a perpetual plaque that will be displayed proudly in our football coach's office. The second piece of Teammates for Life, and you've seen this in some flyers and things, is the Teammates for Life Foundation. And the goal and mission statement of the Teammates for Life Foundation is twofold. Number one, we want to create a foundation that the alumni of Irvine High School can give to that will allow future Irvine vaqueros the opportunity to play this wonderful sport and continue the legacy left by Coach Henigan. The money raised by the Teammates for Life Foundation, the #1 recipient of that money will be all the young men who have difficulty financially meeting the needs of what it takes to play football at the high school level. It will go towards scholarshiping those young men who can't financially afford it. We also will be establishing at the conclusion of the 2010-2011 school year the Teammates for Life Scholarship. given to a football player every year, chosen by a committee, and the football player will go through the interview process with that committee to determine the qualities that we look for of selflessness, team-oriented, reliability, all the core values of Irvine football. So that scholarship will begin at the end of the 2011 school year. And kind of the final piece of the Teammates for Life Foundation, which we feel is very important, and those of you who know Coach Henigan and have been in the weight room, have been in the football office, have been in the locker room, the proud history that is Irvine football. And we want to continue to be able to showcase every player who has ever been in the program. And any funds that are available, we will continue to use to display and to upgrade as much of the display of the history of Irvine football as we can, because the history of Irvine football is what keeps the legacy alive. It's the people who have given so much to the program and have given their heart and their willingness to come through the program and gain the valuable character skills. We want to make sure those people are recognized, and we want to make sure that we have a chance to talk about those players, those teams, and what those young men, many of you who aren't so young anymore, have gone on to do as successful husbands, fathers, employers, employees, and the list goes on. You saw a display out front. There's some information out there on what it means to be a contributor to the Teammates for Life Foundation. It will be an ongoing foundation that we're hoping to establish, and there are some nice things that come with the donation. I think if you saw the flyer, you saw the items out front. There's a hat, a sweatshirt, a t-shirt, a watch, things that keep you invested in and representing the program wherever you are at in your life. I think it looks something like this. And I would like to present this basket of Teammates for Life garb, as it were, to Coach Henigan. In addition, if Francine and Coach Henigan didn't figure it out, on behalf of the Irvine Athletic Department, we are presenting you with the framed jersey that has been on display all night. Irvine High School, 29 years, and I expect to see it up when we come to the casita on April the 24th and 25th. Did you get that down? It's the 24th and 25th. I'll check my reservation later. So we will pack that up, and hopefully you can find a place for it in your new home. When you came in tonight, you filled out a card, and that card got you the opportunity to win a signed football. And hopefully you all saw the football. The football represented Coach's 40-year career. It had the Western, Irvine, and Cypress logos, and so we are going to have that drawing right now. I'm bringing up a player named Alex Dole to actually draw the ticket, and the reason that Alex is up here is Alex's father, David Dole, played for Coach Henigan at Cypress High School. So we're going to let Alex come down. Fantastic. The winner of the signed football, J.C. Clark. Just to let you know, like I said, there are flyers available if you would like information on this, this new project called the Teammates for Life Foundation, you can take that information home with you tonight. I know the Linda Lang Pierce and Valerie Del Carlo will be contacting people, alumni again in July. But if you were interested and that flyer is on your table, just go ahead and fill some things out and leave it there. Thank you.
All right, good job, Coach Terry. He's got a tough act to follow over here, man, that's for sure. Okay, next I'd like to bring up Mark Henigan. Mark is Terry's youngest son. Mark played for Terry at Irvine High School in the mid-'80s and coached with him on Irvine's first CIF championship in 1991. Outside of Terry's wife Francine, Mark is seen as ball boy, player, coach, and fan. He's been around for, well, most of Terry's 366 games as the head coach. Mark lives in Irvine with his wife Lori and their two daughters, Alicia and Amanda, and they'll be attending Irvine High School in 2011. Please welcome Mark Henigan.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you to everyone here this evening to honor and celebrate the career of my father, Terry Henigan. I want to especially thank both Valerie and Linda for the tremendous job they have done this evening organizing this event. Truly wonderful. As I know, my dad in his humble way is probably feeling pretty uncomfortable right now with all the focus and attention paid to him this evening. I'll be brief in my comments. I have so many great memories of my dad's coaching career from various vantage points. As a ball boy, as a player, as a coach, and as a fan on the sideline. My brother Michael so eloquently shared what it was like for us to play for my father. And although my senior year was my dad's worst record as a head coach, I wouldn't have traded that experience for anything. While I only got to coach with my dad for 1 year, the fact that it was his first CIF championship year was so special and memorable for me to have shared with him. My dad has always stressed the importance of family, so while I feel so blessed to have had so many great experiences with my dad in his profession, maybe most memorable and special has been the joy of seeing my two daughters, Alicia and Amanda, run and hug Grandpa before every game as he came onto the field, and run and hug him after the game just as hard, win or lose. For them to have that experience and witness their grandfather in action on the biggest stage at the high school they will be attending in a few years is something I know they will treasure for a lifetime. It is clear from the great stories and testimonials you have heard tonight that my dad has had such a significant impact on the lives of so many. This is not surprising based on my dad's commitment to his profession and the special bond that he has developed with his players. It amazes me to this day how players will come up and visit my father after 5, 10, 20 plus years, and my dad will know the name and the year the person played. And that's whether you are a backup player, a starter, or an all-CIF player. My dad, in his humble way, usually refers to himself as just a coach. We all know that Terry Henigan is much more than just a coach. Many measure coaches by their knowledge of X's and O's and the numbers of wins, both of which place Terry Henigan at the top of any list. But more importantly, Coach Henigan's focus on creating honorable, reliable, respectful, committed, team-oriented young men speaks volume to the legacy he has left on his profession. One look at the career of my dad and the impact he has had on so many grounds me, humbles me, and inspires me. Growing up, I witnessed firsthand my dad's commitment and dedication to his profession. And while I was not the most athletic, gifted, or even the most intelligent, I know I always got more out of myself on the field, in the classroom, and in business because of what my dad instilled in me. Hard work, dedication, and preparation. Beyond my thoughts of Terry Henigan the coach, Terry Henigan the father has always been there for me. I remember when I was around 11 years old, I had just started playing tackle football. I had asthma pretty bad, and the conditioning aspects of football were causing me not to enjoy the sport of football. In tears, I told my dad that I wanted to quit. The tears were because I felt I was letting my dad down, because I didn't want to play football, the sport he coached and loved so much. My dad sat me down and told me he didn't care if I ever wanted to play football, he just wanted me to be happy and have fun. He could have told me I had to play or just let me quit, but his simple encouragement allowed me to continue playing and enjoying football for many years after that. Dad, I'm so proud of you. And I know Nana and Bunker are looking down upon you with the same level of pride tonight. What you've been able to accomplish is truly inspiring to me. Just as your father passed along so much to you and you have done to me, I can only hope to come close to that with Alicia and Amanda. You have always been the most significant guiding influence in my life. Most of what I am today I owe to you. The success I've had as a father, a husband, and in my profession, and I put those in the same order of priority that I've learned from you, is because as a little boy, a young man, and a grown adult, I've always had such a great role model, as Michael said, a hero. And that's taught me so much that I can apply in everyday life. I've learned the importance of dedication and preparation in everything I do, and I've also witnessed the importance of having a loving and supporting spouse and family by your side. You have always been there for me in difficult times with unconditional love and support, and you've always been there with me to celebrate my successes. I want you to know that I love you, and I'll always be there for you. And Mom, thank you for everything you have done for our family in raising both Michael and I, and more specifically for what you have done for Dad in his career. You have sacrificed a lot for our family, and I'm so grateful. I love you. It's weird, but I feel like a parent who's sending his children off to college. It's tough, because while I know it's best and well-deserved, Alicia, Amanda, Lori, and I have been completely spoiled having both of you a few miles away the past 15 plus years. So please don't be strangers in Irvine. You always have an open room in our house. Before I end tonight, I thought I'd share an email that gives you an idea of how my dad's transition into retirement is going. A group of relatives trade emails back and forth every Thursday. This was the first week after my dad's official retirement last month. I'll summarize a few of the points. I've died and gone to heaven. Monday evenings is billiards, 9-ball for quarters. Tuesday and Friday is open ping pong. Went to slow pitch softball practice yesterday, a pickup game today. Have a 4-game softball tournament on Saturday and a 2-game softball tournament on Sunday. Working out most every morning, bought a golf cart for my workout buddy, joining the men's club to start golfing. The swimming pool being built in the backyard will be done next week. Weather is in the 70s and sunny. I hope everyone is enjoying the snow. My brother summarized it well when he replied to the email that Dad's enrolled in a permanent summer camp. So those of you who are concerned with my dad's transition into retirement, don't be. Just as my dad truly enjoyed his job the past 40 plus years, I know he will enjoy retirement. So Dad, congratulations on a truly amazing career and the legacy you have left on your profession. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement. Thank you. I now would like to call up Terry and Francine Henigan's 5 grandchildren for a special presentation. Michael's 3 handsome sons, Matthew age 13, Trevor age 11, and Preston age 6, along with my 2 beautiful daughters, Alicia age 12, and Amanda age 8.
Behind every great man
is a great woman.
This is especially true for our grandfather, Terry Henigan.
Almost 44 years ago, Terry Henigan married Francine Cowan in DeKalb, Illinois. There were probably very few in the town of DeKalb that thought the marriage would last. But they have proven many wrong.
3 years later, with 2 young boys added to the mix, Terry and Francine moved to California, where Terry would begin his teaching and coaching career at Western High School.
All along the way, Francine has been the rock by Terry's side.
While working full-time, she kept the family on course raising our fathers.
And don't let our fathers know
but we think she did an amazing job.
Throughout Terry's career, Francine has been the #1 fan, attending virtually every one of Terry's games over the past 41 years. Always cheering and providing her support, win or lose, and putting up with the changing mood swings that go with the entire football season.
I know our grandpa would agree when we say that nothing he has been able to accomplish would have been possible without Francine. Grandma, we love you.
We'd like to ask our grandma, Francine Henigan, to come up on the stage.
Please enjoy this last section of a DVD, a tribute to both Terry and Francine Henigan and their family.
Sweet, sweet memories you gave me. You can't beat the memories you gave me.
Take one fresh and tender kiss.
The memories you gave me.
Add one stolen night of bliss.
Can't beat the memories you gave me.
One girl, one boy, some grief, some joy.
Sweet, sweet
Memories made of this.
the memories you gave me.
Don't forget a small moonbeam.
Can't beat the memories you gave me.
Fall in lightly with a dream.
Can't beat the memories you gave me.
Your lips and mine, two sips of wine. Memories are made of this.
Can't beat the memories you gave me.
Then at the wedding bells, the one house where lovers dwell, 3 little kids for the flavor. Stir carefully through the days, see how the flavor stays. These are the dreams you will savor with his blessings from above.
The memories you gave me.
Serve it generously with love.
The memories you gave me.
One man, one wife, one love, through life. Memories are made of this.
The memories you gave me.
Memories are made of this.
I thought Terry had a tough act to follow. Okay, there's the DVD that you've been seeing tonight that we've been showing up there. There are 50 copies of this that you can purchase that are in the house tonight. There's also a form on your table where you can order copies as well. Also, the whole evening will be available on the DVD too. You can order that also. You know what? One thing I want to say is that this whole great night has been put together by a couple of people. You know, you've got your program that says thanks to all these people, but they're not on this list, and that's Valerie O'Carlo and Linda Lang Pierce.
parents, it's Banquet. But I got to have to end this little part. One of the things I'm going to miss most is being called coach. I love being called coach. I don't want sir, I don't want mister. I don't even want Coach Henigan. Because Coach Henigan is kind of, when you call me Coach Henigan, it's kind of like, I feel like I'm an eye guy. You know, you're picking me out as somebody. I'm a coach. And that's the biggest compliment somebody paid to me. I will miss it, but I'm working on it. I'll retire. I now have 2 people call me coach instead of Terry. I'm going to keep working on the rest. Because if I don't get enough, I told the parents at the awards program, Francine is free to allow me to go get my name legally changed. Coach Henigan instead of Terry Henigan. I know it's been a long evening, but you've got to give me a little bit to talk about the journey that I've had. I've been a head coach since 1976. You know, I guess it's 33 years. And if you go 33 times 10, what's 33 times 10? 330 is a brain, I'll tell you what. 330 games, and probably about 40 games of playoffs. Maybe I coached 370. And some of you know I was really surprised when I guess we had one or 200 games. I don't keep track of that, but I know I'm over 200, and some are up there. But remember, I coached 370. So I don't want to tell you how I got here or explain the wins. Because the wins, as everybody knows, Jim Bird mentions about my little sayings, wasn't the X's and the O's, it was the Jimmys and the Joes. That's where that 200-something difference came from. What I want to try to explain to you is the journey I had to be able to be up here, to be honored like this, when so many other coaches who have done similar or better things don't get the opportunity to have this type of meeting. I want to explain to you why maybe, and thank the people that has made somebody who has lost as many games as I have an evening like tonight. I was groomed since the day I was born to be up here. I was born in DeKalb, Illinois, a Midwestern town, grew up in the late 40s and 50s. What an era that was. What a time to grow up. Larry and I, my best friend, we grew up wanting to play DeKalb High sports. We had July 4th parades. We had Halloween parades downtown. It was a wonderful time to grow up in a small Midwestern town. Nobody locked the doors. I tell my mom I was leaving in the summer, 8 o'clock in the morning. I was heading to the other side of the town on the bike. Joey's mom was going to feed us lunch. She'd say, have fun, be home before dark. And we played sports all the time. I've been blessed. I was blessed to have Uncle Rhea as a mother and a father. We could talk about, I'm going to talk in a second, and you heard Larry about my dad as a coach, but I got a lot of relatives over here. The Henigan family is pretty unique and pretty special. And it's a trickle-down effect from my mom and dad. I think Mark mentioned about the Thursday emails amongst all of Punk and Rhea's children and grandchildren. It's supposed to be about weight loss. That's what it is. I think my brother Mike and one of his sons started it. You and Becky started it. And it's not about weight loss because nobody loses weight. It's really about Punk and Rhea. It's what Punk and Rhea taught us as young kids, that there's nothing more important than family. Absolutely nothing. And communication is key. was so much like me. It's truly amazing. In that he loved sports. He was great at coaching sports, and I was nothing like my dad. And he could do practically nothing else. I can coach football. I could do nothing else. I have no desire to do anything else. Francine did all of any kind of repair that went on. I cannot screw a screw in. She won't let me pound a nail. Now, when the coaches have told me, I'll work hard. I'll do the grunt work. I'm good at grunt work. And I'll clean up after her, but my dad loves sports. And what Larry said was true. He started early. His first Little League program in the state of Illinois. He started the Junior Legion program. He started the Tony League program. He coached us at St. Mary's, a Catholic school we went to. Starting in 5th grade, he coached football team and baseball team. He's a father of, I don't know how many people, kids throughout Illinois. Anybody that, he owned a bar. He bar and a restaurant. He never had a college degree. He was a tremendous athlete. Anybody in the city of DeKalb that was down on their luck knew they could go to the cabin. That's where Punk's restaurant and bar was. They get a meal and they get a few bucks. school real well. We had a rough, misguided childhood. All the people helping me, I kind of made some bad decisions, and luckily Francine came along, and as she has done and has been mentioned here tonight by my sons and my grandkids and fellow coaches, she made some sacrifices. She gave up her college career so I could go back and finish mine. She gave me a nudge, more like a kick in the rear end, to get out of the bar business and to go become a teacher coach in California. So her and I, with Michael and Mark, with the nudge from Francine, the leadership of Mike and E. Green, and the encouragement from my mom and dad, although it meant moving, we came out to California. And I was going to be a football coach. Jim Everett was up here. Is Jim still here? He is, Jim and Jan. So I've been blessed with all these great people in my life. I have my brother Nate Green here to help Francine and now teach us the roles. But I'm sure in your profession, anytime you have your first job, whoever you work for is going to have a major impact on you. However he does things, you're going to think that's the way to do it. Thank you, dear Lord, for letting me be hired by Jim Everett. Jim and Jan took Francine and I and the boys in. He was like an older brother to me. My dad and my brother, when I talked to Eric, Terry, and Peter, and Jimmy, and all those guys about core values of Irvine football, it's the core values that I learned from my father, from my brother, and from Jim Everett. I learned from them how do you make coaching a sport a family affair. By family affair, I'm not talking about the football family, I'm talking about the personal family. I learned from Mike and from Jim how you can still be a good coach and be a great father and a great husband. And there's a lot of people that have not learned that. There's a lot of young coaches who haven't learned that because they didn't have the opportunity to start learning from a guy like Jim Everett. Anything that I am is because, as far as a coach, is because of my dad, my brother, and Jim Everett. While I was at Western, there were some other people I met that influenced me a lot. I think you heard from Coach Brenner the name Mike Merkel. Mike Merkel was my guru. He was the X's and O's man. After winning 3 SAB titles in the early 90s, I was still calling Mike Merkel weekly for advice on X's and O's. It's when I met Jerry and Marietta Shigakawa, who have been friends of the Henigan family for years. And as Jerry mentioned, they've been coming to the Irvine games. At Western, I met Jim Bird and his family, and our family became intertwined, not only at Western, but later on here at Irvine. I met Bob Flynn, who many of you know. Bob and I coached at Western, and then when I was lucky enough to get hired at Irvine, Bob coached football in our program, and I helped Bob with his baseball program. There's a lot of Western players over there. There are a lot of Western players. Some had to leave. That was a special time in my life. I've never coached varsity football. I had never coached any football. And here I was, a varsity coach in one of the toughest leagues around. And Jerry had how many years? Maybe 1 or 2 years of experience. Jim was smart. In those days, we have pretty extensive practice plans now. In those days, we had a 4x7 card. That was the practice plan. Jim would make it up. Jim would give Jerry one, me one, he would have one. And basically, really what happened, he had Jerry babysit a group of guys, while I babysitted a group of guys, and Jim Cypress, after a football game, you knew the coaches were coming to the Henigan Cup. And it wasn't just the coaches, it better be the wives and it better be the kids. We were a family. We were in this thing together. While I'm talking about Western, I got to bring up two people's names that kind of had a little bit to do with me at Western, a little bit to do with me at Cypress, and a little bit to do with me at Irvine. That's not easy. That's over a long period of time. When I was at Western in 1969, there was a guy there that didn't even play football. But I knew him because I think he's 69. That's hippie time. That's long hair time. I think this guy had the longest hair at Western High. He didn't play football, he played basketball. So I knew of him, and I kind of forgot about him. And then I became the head coach at Cypress High School, and all of a sudden, this guy's playing football at Fullerton College. And then all of a sudden, he's working over at Lexington. And then all of a sudden, he's helping coach at Cypress. And then I come down to Irvine, and all of a sudden, he's down helping me here at Irvine. And then he becomes the head coach at Cypress, and his name is Johnny Selby. He's got a haircut tonight, so he's looking good. But I want to thank Johnny. And I don't want to do a lot of individual things tonight, but nobody has ever made me feel so good about myself as John Selby. Anytime you've heard about the down years, anytime I was down, he would pick me up. Anytime I was down, he would tell me to believe in myself. You're doing the right thing. And I'll always be grateful for that, Johnny. Thank you. Another guy that was mentioned that was involved with me for all three schools was Bob Moore, the principal. Bob Moore hired me at Western High School. And he always said, "You're the only bartender I ever hired in all my years." That was number one. He goes and leaves Western and he goes to Cypress. I never really wanted to leave Jim Everett, but I did want to be a head coach and I surely couldn't replace him. So I started applying. And when Bob Moore was the principal, I thought, hey, I got an in there. He knows I've done halfway decent at Western. So I applied. And I wasn't the first choice to be selected, but I didn't care. I didn't care if I was the first or 50th. I got the job. And I felt pretty good about getting the job. And Bob called me and said, "You got the job, but I do want you to know something. You are the worst interviewer I have ever met. You could have stayed with coaching, but you couldn't be a used car salesman." Now, first head job. Tough. Let's see, it was Cypress High School. They've been open for 3 years. The first head coach was a good guy, a good head coach, but he went through all the growing pains. I'm going to be a head coach. The only other thing Bob Moore said to me is, "You're going to be hired, but you have to take the staff that's already here." I didn't like that, but I wanted to be a head coach. I said, "Okay, well, let me tell you who the staff is. First of all, excellent football players at Cypress. It was amazing. We had them at Western, and I thought, this Cypress hadn't been very good. Wow, the group that we inherited. But here's the staff. I had to inherit the Burial Brennan, one of the best offensive line coaches around. A gentleman that coached with me at Cypress, and when I came, I'll talk about that later, when I got hired here, he came with me. Is Jeff DeLapp still here? No, he left. Jeff DeLapp. I inherited Jeff. Jeff took over when I left Cypress High School. Jeff then went to UCLA as a grad assistant. Jeff then coached at Hawaii, University of Hawaii. Not a bad coach. A guy named Rich Allison. Rich Allison followed me down here to Irvine. Great coach. Now I think he's in the superintendent of schools down in San Diego somewhere. And the fourth one, assistant, was not too bad. The winningest coach in Orange County history, John Barnes. So that wasn't too bad either. That was not too bad either. And what I learned from Z and Jeff
principal was a guy that was at Magnolia High School, and he wasn't doing anything behind anybody's back, but they had a coach there named Thurman Bell, and he wasn't doing very well. And so this Steve Iverson said, Terry, come on up. You'll be an assistant from here one more year. You'll be an assistant the first year, but this guy, he's probably going to have another bad year, and he's gone. You'll be the head coach. Hey, that sounds good. In Roseburg, it was a small community. It was a nice town. I thought it would be good. Francine says, and I came back and started spring football at Cypress, and I was coaching the guys, but I knew I was going to Roseburg, and I didn't feel good about it, so I resigned. Francine told me no. I didn't. And the job fell through in the summer, and I had already resigned as the head football coach. By the way, Thurman Bell is still the head coach at Roseburg. He's won more games than any other coach in Oregon. And he was right. Luckily, at the time, Alan Grace was the principal. When I went in to resign, I said the only way I will resign as football coach is if this were to fall through, you would hire Jeff Collab would be the head coach, and I could go back and coach. So I coached as an assistant coach my last year at Cypress High School. But I had the itch to be a head coach again. And Bob Flint was down here at Irvine, and our JVs from Cypress came down to play Woodbridge. Woodbridge had just been built. They only had juniors, so we played their JVs out in the stadium. And Bob came out to see it. It was right at the end of the season, and it was another one of those, the coach is in trouble. I think we're going to need a head coach. Why don't you apply? And so I did, and I was hired. I was hired here by Dr. Waldvogel as the new head coach at Irvine High School. I love Western. I love Cypress, but coming to Irvine was the greatest thing that could have happened to Francine and I and our two sons. When I got here in 1981, I think early 80s was some of the best coach teams we had. I think some of the characteristics of the early 80s was small coaching staffs. One year we only had 3. I had a couple ex-players as the 80s went along that coached lower levels. I was very old school as far as parents. You know, now parents always talk about the triangle. There was no triangle then. Players, coaches, parents. Evolution. We did well. That first group, Mike Gold was up here. How about this? They were 0-10. I think we ended up 4-5 the first year. We had 5 turnovers the first year. It was one of the best coach teams I think I've been around. We had Barry Schoenberg, Z. Brenner, Rich, and Bob Flint, myself. As the years went on in the 80s, of course, Jim Burton came down, and Rich Alderson and Rick Curtis we stole from university. 86 to 90 was rough. There's no doubt about it. It's not the only time a group of parents has been after me. You know, there's been parents after all the time. I do agree with what Marcello said. It didn't bother me really. I have to be thankful. I've had Bob Moore as a principal who had a lot of faith in me. Dr. Waldvogel had enough faith in me to hire me. like what you're doing, but would you win some more games, please? And I did change in the late 80s. We did change our offense and our defense, but let me just tell you something. We had some great players in the early and mid 80s. And I got real good at driving over to the CIF office applying for the wild card. We just couldn't beat the big three. We couldn't beat it. And I did change to a single back. I spent a lot of time with my brother and Hank Cochran and Mike Merkel at Trios. We took trips to Stanford and San Diego State. We went everywhere. We're going to find out how to throw the ball. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we would have ran that offense in the 80s, I still would have been over there on Saturdays applying for the wild card. And if we would have ran the wing tee in the 90s, we'd still have 4 CIF championships. I truly believe it. It's not the X's and the O's, it's the Jimmys and the Joes. I've been beat by a lot of wing tee teams. It's a good offense, it's good defense. But there was a lot of changes in the 90s. Let me tell you what some of them were. We went from the smallest school to the biggest school. That's good. That's good. That helps. It helps to go from 1,800 to 26 or 2,700 if you're a football coach. Another change is I started to get ex-players in key roles. In other words, the staff became younger, which was helpful in relating to kids, I believe. Another thing that happened as we got into the 90s is I started to hire some outside coaches. I was a coach that always was comfortable with people that had already worked for me. But Coach Merkel sent me Keith Russell. During the 90s, Eric Terry came. During the 90s, J.C. Clark came. We hired from the outside a guy named Ed Brady. You don't know him, but the guys that played for him know him. What an amazing human being. And the ex-players that came back like Lance, Marcello, Emilio, Brian Davies, to name some. What a coaching staff we had. 3 other people I want to mention about the 90s. A freshman coach named Ed Uloa. How many guys in here played for Ed Uloa? How many guys were impacted by Charlie? Those 2 guys had a big impact on what happened in the 90s. How many guys love to go to the equipment man? Bob Murillo. You know, there were some big times in the 90s, and I'll tell you the other one, the major one, is the triangle became a part of Irvine football, where it wasn't just players and it wasn't just coaches. It was players, coaches, and parents. And I think our staff and myself especially became much more accessible to parents. I was pretty good at setting boundaries with parents, but we started having more fun in the football program. And the winning was nice, but we started having more fun because I think more people felt more ownership. The early 90s were known for CIF championships. The mid-90s didn't win any CIF championships, but what they're known for me is the toughest schedules that Irvine has ever played. The 94, 5, 6, and 7 teams, we were playing modern day Irvine, non-league games, San Clemente, go to league, play Newport, Santa Margarita. The 94 team, after 3 CIF championships, some people think that they ought to feel like they weren't very good. They lost. We ended up, I think, 4 and 6. We didn't even make the playoffs. They lost to 3 teams that won CIF championships that year. They lost to Newport Harbor, who was 14-0 by 9-7 scores. So that group took Irvine to another level as far as the level of competition. The late 90s, we bounced Also in the 90s, one of the changes was Gary left and Gail came in. And Gail was here not only for the 90s, but for the 2000s. And as we started to talk about the 2000s, especially, I'm very grateful to Gail, how she treated me and the support she gave me after the 2000 season, especially. 2000 was those don't happen. 14-0s just don't happen. It was a very unusual team. JC and the defense was fabulous. Our kicking game was good. Our offense was good. We had some tough guys. They loved to practice. Now, some of you guys, do not take this the wrong way. The one thing about the 2000 team, it was one of the toughest bunch of guys that I knew. I love to watch him practice. I love to watch him play. If I had dogs, and they knocked at, some of them knocked at the door, I don't know. I don't think that. But I love them, and I love going to war with them. It was a great year, a magical year. One of my favorite years was 2001. I love those players. That's the first year that Northwood impacted Irvine. The 2001, who's here from 98 to 99? Raise your hand. Hobby, how many seniors did you have your senior year? 45. 45 seniors in 1998. 2001, after Northwood opened, we had 4 seniors that started football as freshmen at Irvine High School. We recruited a couple out of PE class. We had a guy named Mike Davis. Mike Davis moved in from Cerritos, and we were playing the same schedule as the 14-0. And those guys were mad because we all beat them the year before. We beat them all. And there's one young man I gotta mention, a guy named Godfrey Young. Does anybody know Godfrey Young? He's a hero of mine. And let me tell you why he's a hero. He played on the 90s. He was an Irvine Coach I'm proud of. He understood the Irvine values. He played on the 99 team as a sophomore. He played on the 2000 team as a sophomore. And now it's going to hit. Everybody in Orange County knew it was going to hit. The drop-off was going to be big. No more 2,600, it's going to be 1,800. And we had a lot of people bail. We had a lot of people found ways not to come to Irvine High School. Dr. Young was one of the best football players around, and he could have gone with a lot of his friends who ended up out at Northwood, and he opted to stay here and fought through a very tough season, and he showed a lot of character and earned a lot of respect from our coaching staff. 2003 was a miracle season. We tied for the league championship playing Newport, Portville. It was an amazing, amazing group of young men. That's when Peter and Kim, we had Brian Carter, the freshman coach, Tom Ritchie, great coaches, great players, great everything. 2005 and 9, these last 4 years, new league, helped us, schools our size, got into the playoffs a lot, got Marcello back for a while, got Eric Terry back, Barry came back to coach, added Tom Griffin, Travis Ototter, ex-QB, Mark Owen, Justin Stanfield, Timmy, Scotty. I'll be real honest, I wish some of those guys would have had a chance to coach with me back when I was really a coach. Coached the way at my peak. Last 4 years have been great, and part of that's because of Monica Kalunga, who took over for Gail. I was working hard at this and trying to do my best, and as Gail had made football coach. Monica continued to do it the last 3 or 4 years for me, which made this last 3 or 4 years really a pleasant time. I am so excited about the future of Irvine football. Very, very, and we've had other coaches that I would be, if they were becoming the next head coach, I would say the same thing about. But Eric Terry is the kind of young man my dad would be happy about. Eric Terry is the kind of young man Mike Henigan would be happy about. Eric Terry is the type of young man that Jim Everett would be proud to have on his staff. Eric Terry believes in the same thing that I think everybody in this room believes in. As I told the parents at the awards banquet, all they're doing is like, I don't understand computers, but I think there's different versions, you know, the 206, 208 version. Irvine football's going from the 70, 80 version to the 2010 version. It's going to be the same program. There's some great assistant coaches. I'm so excited about what's going to happen. I'm happy for Annie. I'm happy for Eric. There's a few people that I need to thank, and I'm going to finish here. Jim Bird's here. I want to thank Jim. We've had a great relationship 99% of the time. The 1% that was bad is when I either did too much reporting or Jim did too much coaching. All we did our thing, we got along great. I appreciate everything. You've been very fair to everybody. It's an honor to have Steve Fryer here as the MC. I think Steve is the most knowledgeable sports writer in Orange County. I believe in reading his stuff. He believes in the core values that we believe in at Irvine High School. And he's always been fair to Irvine High School. He's always been very positive to me in our relationships. And when Valerie and Linda said Steve was going to MC it, well, it's pretty neat. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. I think some of the district administration has left, but Margie is still here. Wakeham, ex-board member. It was nice to have the superintendent here, and Sue was here, and Cassie is still here. Thank you, Cassie, for being here. People at Irvine know it. The administrators upstairs. I really do like administrators. I don't talk to them a lot. Eric and I are a little bit different. It takes me a long time to even learn who's down at the district. I know Gail knows this, and I know Monica remember, I'm just a coach. And Eric left, and I don't know, Gail, I don't know why, but Gail said, you want to do it? Yeah, I'll do it. And that lady over there, Karen Baker, saved me until Eric came back and could take over the AD thing. What a great job she did. She's a dear friend. Came from, is it South Carolina? Virginia. Came from Virginia tonight for other reasons, but thank you. My son's getting an education at Irvine High School. They talk about me and my dad, but this education at Irvine High School is what's really just propelled them to be successful in their businesses, but that's not important. Irvine High School had a major impact on them being great husbands and great fathers. And I'm so thankful for all of the faculty members and people that work, Jerry and Marie. I miss all of you guys. Ray, I guess I miss you, Ray. Let's talk about Val and Linda. Is this crazy or what? What's going on? Francine and I made a decision to retire probably last April, sometime around there. And we're not rich. And we knew we wanted to move out there. You might say, well, why move out? Why move out to the desert? Well, one, it's cheaper. And two, I'm going to be honest with you, I could not live in Irvine and not be there at football. I couldn't do it. I couldn't drive by the school. So I had to move. So we put the house up for sale because the realtor said it could take months. Okay? 2 days. 2 days. We sold it. It's where Stephen's probably gone. Stephen Choi was right across the street, and I'm the head coach. I haven't said anything to anybody, and here's a for sale, sold, and signed. He asked me, a couple players asked me, and I didn't lie, I fibbed, and I just said, well, Francine and I don't have a lot of money. We wanted a second home out in the desert, so we're gonna live in an apartment here while I'm coaching, and then get to spend the weekends out there. And after lying for a while, I couldn't do it. So finally, I told the players, I didn't want to let them know early, but I told the players this was going to be it. We had a pigskin net meeting that night, and I told the parents I was going to retire this fall. And the next morning, Linda Lang and Val were there saying, we want to do something. And they've taken the bull by the horn. And afterwards, I will, I got a little thank you for you, but this is just absolutely amazing what Val and Linda have done. Can everybody just stand up and give them a hand? Let me just introduce some people real quick. I have to do this. Debbie and Rick, quickly, stand up. My cousin and her husband, they live in Irvine. They've been to a lot of our football games. Debbie was like a sister growing up to us. She's part of the Henigan clan. Thank you. My brother's one little bitch, and I'll tell you what, when we moved out at Francine and I, and Mike and Lee Green, and our kids, they were like brothers and sisters. They're wonderful. Two of Mike's sons couldn't be here tonight. David and Patrick. David is the head coach down in Texas. Pat lives in New York, couldn't make it. But we do have the coolies here. Where's Michelle? Michelle, stand up. Rich, your husband. Zach, Johnny, Jeremy. And we have the Halls, Jeff and Chrissy. Mike's other daughter, stand up, please. My sister Patty and her husband Bill, who was Mike's best friend in high school back in DeKalb, and their daughters Jackie and Angie and Kelly have always been supporters of Francine and mine, and encourage us, and anytime they're in California, they come to an Irvine game. I need to thank my mom and dad. Thank you, Mom and Dad. coaching football or tending bar? She never really minded. Michael, how many times have you been out this year? 3 times. Uni. Anyway, my oldest son, Michael, lovely life. I love Melanie. The only problem is Mike went back to school, law school at North Carolina, and he met a gal from Maryland. Now they live in Maryland. So it's a great place to visit. Would you stand up, Melanie? Michael, stand up. 3 boys, guys. On a usual weekend, Mike's a lawyer. His office is downtown Baltimore. He lives in Bel Air, which is about a 45-minute drive. Some weekends he has, between the 3 boys and basketball season, what's the most games in a weekend you 2 have had? 6 or 7 is normal on the weekend. But the amazing thing is he coaches most of them. He coaches most of them. And because he learned from my dad, he learned from my brother and me, jobs are important, but family's the most important. He does a great job. My other son, Mark, Lori, Amanda, and Alicia. Would you stand up, please? I used to get pretty upset over losses. I do pretty good talking to parents after loss, but inside it's just eating at me. And then when I walk away from the parents, until these 2 were born. You play a high school football game and you lose it. You have your granddaughters running across the field to jump in your lap. Who really cares who won? Sarah, I'm sure, left for the cheerleaders, but Alicia will be here in a couple years at Irvine High. I tried to hold on long enough for her, but I couldn't do it. And oh my God, above her, my wife Francine. Life is pretty good for Francine and I. Like right now, we got some great memories of Irvine, Cypress, Western. Got a lot of friends. We owe so much to our family. We're both looking forward to retirement. I absolutely love being able to spend more time with my best friend there, Francine. I'm excited about our future. I think Mark had it all correct, except I think he left out the occasional tennis that I played. We live out there now. I made it through without crying. I am sad. Somebody said something about coaching again. I don't know if they're seeing. I will never, and you should never say, I've never been coaching. How could somebody who had it so good at one place go someplace else? I could never do that. It wouldn't be the same. I wouldn't have the opportunity to coach my 2 sons again. I wouldn't have the opportunity to coach Lance, who is like a son. By the way, I didn't make that clear. The other big change at the beginning of the 90s, there's a lot of guys back there who are going to agree with me. Lance, Neil came back and coached with us. He changed the whole everything about Irvine High School football. He believes in all of our core values. He has never, ever, ever done anything harmful for kids. Like all of us, the one thing I've learned in the coaching profession, it's the greatest profession on earth. A lot of us do it differently, but we all have the same goal at hand. is if you're coaching or doing anything, try to follow through on some of the things that we try to do around here. I tell the parents, two things I tell the players all the time. Never, ever, ever let yourself be judged by a scoreboard. Never let that happen. I have never allowed somebody to make a judgment about me as a person or a coach based on a stupid score on a scoreboard. And we always try to make sure that our players judge themselves on what they did during the week and how hard they did and how they followed those honorable, reliable, respectful, etc. Don't be judged by a scoreboard. The second thing is, if you're a parent or going to be, and you're going to be involved with the sport of football, is don't let your son be an eye guy. Don't be an eye parent. Don't be an eye coach. Because those principles are for everybody. It's not about individual statistics. I always tell players, 10 years from now, lie. Just lie. Nobody cares. Nobody really cares. I could tell you that I was all state. You don't know. It's so unimportant, as he mentioned. It's so unimportant. It's a journey.